Hello there, everyone. I'm just gonna hit the ground running, and if there are any delays, I figure in this live stream, since I haven't done one in a long time, I'll just go and edit it out for your viewing, for your viewing convenience or pleasure. I forget what that's called now, but I wanted to talk about let's just start off on abortion because that's something that's we'll just run right into that. You know what I didn't know? No, actually, I did know, but I was reminded today. It's something that you heard years ago. It was shocking, and you kind of put it in the back of your mind, but it probably doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't mean the son of this man has any intention in that direction. But somehow I feel that there's so many big players on the stage that are they're playing on the world stage. They're not just you know it's not just about America, it's about the entire world. You got the big millionaires that are affecting the whole world in a big way. Seems like countries and governments and that have tremendous influence on how everything is run. I think for the past few years, we've seen that. Well, many years ago, I heard that. I don't know if you know anything about eugenics, but that's something that that guy over in Germany adopted, and he ran a little organization that seems like people like that name or the type of government he ran. It's one of those things that they like to, if they don't like you, they can just damn you immediately by calling you this. When I find that it's just more proof that I say the youth, it's also older or middle aged people who are also screaming and losing their minds. And I want to get into that too. Why is everybody losing their minds? Not just me. Uh, they don't realize that, because it was Gloria Steinem. It's Gloria Steinem. Let's start with Gloria. If we're going to talk about abortion, we'll just start with Gloria right here. Well, Gloria Steinem came out, I guess, in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, uh, behind the women's ERA movement and behind the abortion movement. And she's saying a lot of things now that pretty much, oh, look at that light. I must be looking yellow. Hello there, out there. Thank you for joining me. So Gloria Steinem said recently on a TV broadcast that Hitler, locked all the abortion clinics, which is not something that he did. In fact, he adopted. Oh, hello there, Rob. How you doing? If you want, this is a call-in show, so call-in I actually mean if you want to come on. That's what call-in actually means, because I don't have a well, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, Rob. So if you want to call in and talk about something that's pissing you off and get some inflation out of your inflation. Wait a minute. Your bug about things that are costing way too much. Anyway, Gloria Steinem is just everything that the right is doing that she doesn't like. She is putting whatever Hitler did, that's what the right is doing. But that's not true. Hitler liked the idea of eliminating populations that he didn't like. And that's what the eugenics movement was about. And that started in America. And that's something that if you look up Margaret Sanger, which you may or may not know about, that's what she wanted to do. She felt that certain populations were human weeds. And we're kind of lucky that she called us all weeds. I mean, human weeds. No, wait, human. She mitigated the word weeds with human. But there's certain populations that she wanted to get rid of. And so she flooded most of the abortion clinics are in minority communities because those are the people, which poor whites and poor minorities, which is blacks and people, Hispanics and other populations that, including Italians. People don't know this. This is why I keep saying it. People don't know this. It was the same thing, because you'll see that in communities of mixed race peoples, Italians are mixed in there because Italians weren't allowed to marry whites. But anyway, so the lies keep coming. She's lied before. I keep catching her in lies. She got lied about Marilyn Monroe, saying that Marilyn said she kept saying she wanted a baby. This is how she rationalized abortion. Well, she kept saying she wanted a baby, but inside she knew she was still a child. So she had about a gajillion abortions. So, in one hand, these women's rights people, because I don't know if they're women anymore, but they're women. They call, I don't know. Do they still call themselves women rights? I have no idea. Ventstream, that's right. Ventstream. Well, things are so expensive, and it's going through the roof, and nobody is stopping it. But I'll get back to inflation in a second. Getting back to Gloria Steinem, is that she told us that when a woman says no, she means no. When a woman says whatever, she's intelligent, she knows what she wants, and you should listen to her. But when it came to justifying abortion, she said, well, Marilyn had a lot, which she did. That was just because she kept losing babies doesn't mean she had an abortion. She had endometriosis. It's when the lining of the uterus doesn't shed every month and gets thicker and thicker, and it's very, very painful. And you have excruciatingly, menstruate a lot. That's not the word. Use the word bleeding. So we'll say menstruate a lot, and severe cramps. And that's when she wasn't working. So people said, oh, she's just lazy. She's a diva. Nobody had any idea the pain that she was going through. So that was very cruel, I believe, because she really did want a baby, and she didn't have, according to her medical records, 25,000 pages Donald Spoto read. She didn't have one abortion. So you see, she is a woman. I think this is ironic because she's saying in one breath, she says you have to believe women. They're intelligent. We're just as smart. We should be just like men. And at the other hand, to get her argument across, she lies. Everything is a lie. Nothing is based on fact. In fact, there is a reason why women feel that they need to get abortions. And I want to address that at another time when I could just dive right into it. And the problem with is that they're not addressing the problem. And it has gone to the extreme of abort the baby at any time, including 6 months after birth. There's about three. There's New York, Virginia. Is it Colorado or Montana? Maybe you know. Woman. They're Wyman, or it was WOMYN, because they didn't want to have men in the name, which is, here's another bit of ignorance for you. Woman means, man means human. That's why we say mankind. Christ was the son of man, meaning that he was the son of mankind, which is humankind. Man means human. Woman is a word in English meaning man or human with a womb. So when they take the man out and they put the Y there, they're just a bunch of wombs whining. I mean, it's like, what are you? You're not a human, right? There's no human about you. You're just a womb that bleeds all month long. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say. I was like, what are you calling yourself if you actually distort that word? And can a person who's trans actually, that's another argument, can a person who's trans actually call themselves a woman or a transgender female? right? But the word male is still in there, but that's feminine male. But you don't have the womb in there, because trans men can have children as long as the womb is still there, as long as the parts are intact. But as far as a trans woman, doesn't have has a womb until they what do you call it, transplant a womb, which they say they're trying to do, and that there's a possibility that might happen. So technically, I guess, but they weren't born with a womb. So they would have, I guess, cis. So you got the word cis there. But anyway, at this time, there's no such thing as a womb implant, but it's something that you think they could do, since they do heart transplants. Why can't they do womb transplants? So what do you say? Don't know. Woman. Don't know. Okay, so it seems very degrading that she has to lie. A woman that has, I don't know what to call her anymore, really. Should we call her her? But this cis woman has been banging the drum that women should be like men. We should have as much sex as we want and just walk away and feel absolutely nothing. And looking into this deeper, a woman or a person who is born with a womb with the the XX chromosome, a woman is built, a person who's born with the XX chromosome, and she goes through puberty, right? And all sorts of hormones go off in her body. She is built chemical wise. The chemicals or nature drives her all month long for a whole different set of things go on. When a woman ovulates, there's a strong desire, and men will like this part. We're going to skip right over menses. A strong desire for sex. In fact, there's a strong desire. This is why there's so many abortions. I'll tell you right now. That women have this strong desire, a part that they've been told they must be like men and have absolutely no feeling. Okay, that's a part of it. But they have women, and I shouldn't even say this, let the cat out of the bag here. But the amount of abortions was 63 million since Roe v. Wade, 353,000 last year alone. To have sex without protection at all. Because the drive is so great, because nature, what it is, it's when you step back from all this and you really see that the drive for sex actually you think is mixed up, and the need for your body to get pregnant is mixed up with love. And that's why, and women have the hormones going all month long in different ways: depression, anxiety, sexual desire, and then I don't want anybody to touch me. The whole thing, and it's basically just the hormonal cycle. And so the woman who's been pushed, has been told you must be like a man, have no feelings. And at the same time, a woman is being pushed or being told to have indiscriminate sex. And at a certain time of the month, they are driven to procreate, or the body is saying you must have a baby. And we don't know, because the hormones are so strong and the feeling is so strong, that we don't realize that our body, nature, is trying to propagate the human race. That's really all those feelings are going. And it helps with the whole sexual activity. I mean, it helps with the she goes from the Madonna whore, she becomes the whore, and she wants to do all sorts of things. And this is what women are feeling. And at the same time, because it's internal, and because men are external, and this is the crux of the issue. We're told, beginning in the late 60s, early 70s by the women's movement, that you have to be like a man, have sex, just have it for the sexual pleasure, and be like men where you can just slug it off and you can just keep moving and keep going about your business without any attachment. Because for men, they don't have to, because it is on the outside. The problem for women is, and men go, gee, I got myself wrapped up with that. Oh, now she's all in love with me and she can't let go. And they have all these problems with that. It's because you're built completely different. Your hormones are pushing you to populate the earth. That's the desire, is nothing but trying to populate the earth. Woman has the same desire too. And with her, it's internal. It's inside the womb. She feels more vulnerable. And especially without the birth control men, you really have to put something on, because she wants to have this whole experience of the connection and the depth and the love. This is what she's feeling, because nature's trying to get her pregnant. And something about that really needs to be dulled a bit. And so the connection happens for her, and you guys have no idea that she's feeling the way she's feeling. And it all has to do with nature's drive to procreate. And I know it's like, I'm being completely honest with you guys. It's like nobody talks about what the truth is. I might as well tell you what the truth is, what women feel and why they feel it, because I think a hell of a lot. You know what I mean? And it's like, why the heck is it like this? Why are women nutty like this? Why are women screaming into the camera? And I thought, I saw one of them today, and she goes, "Will you go down to the clinic and have that bastard sucked right out of you?" Oh my God, you are so attractive. Who is having sex with you? Oh my God. Well, you know what? He could be worse. He could be the most, I don't know. There's lots of people out there, and they're doing a lot of things with each other. But a woman cannot, because she has these feelings, and men who, like, they don't understand why. Women, though, she's in love with me, I can't get rid of her, she keeps calling me. You cannot make her not feel the way she feels. And she cannot make you feel deeply. She'll feel deeply, and you'll feel like, hey, I just got to move on. Like the ladies' man. Oh, it's been about 12 hours, and I got to get going here. In the beginning, ooh, a lady. It's all about getting the woman. And after he's had her for about 12 or 16 hours, then he's got to get going. You don't understand why a woman feels that way. And you really have to step back and say, this is all nature and chemicals and hormones pushing us. That's why the idea of giving hormones to children is insane. And there's something I just recently learned with the WHO has advised the EU for all children from 0 to 4. I don't even want to say it. In fact, I will leave a link to that on this video, because I don't even want to talk about it. It's so awful what they are recommending. And you have to say to yourself, well, who is behind the WHO? Who's funding this? And there was those things that certain people who are no longer on certain forums, and they say, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. Who's running the world that they are, what do you call it? See, I know a lot of stuff. Because my experience as a very young child. As a very young child, if a child has certain activities or certain things, you see certain things on the body, it's signs that somebody has sexualized them very young. And I didn't know this until a counselor told me. Oh, really? No, that's not normal. And what they're actually doing is, I feel, of course, of course, the normal thing is just like an alcoholic will look at you and say, "You only think I'm an alcoholic because you don't drink at all." I've had boyfriends tell me that. Or you think that that's because you were, you're a victim of that and you see that and everything. No, 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 no. That isn't it. I think I think we do have a problem in this world of people who are very powerful. And it wasn't just the guy who owned that island. Um, in fact, because we're talking about children from 0 to 4. And I didn't need to, just like, I don't need to see this. And who's running the show? Who's running the show? And I think part of the problem is everything is all hooked together. I think the baby formula shortage, the abortion, the what teachers have to teach children from 0 to 4, and it's been proposed in America too, except they shut it down. They said we're going to have to teach kids how to, like that's something they can't learn on their own. They find that on their own. I'm sorry to tell you, I try to break it to you, but if you start teaching a very impressionable little child, and this is what everybody in the class is learning, and coupled with this, I happened to catch a Charlie Kirk show, which I wish I hadn't even seen. I wish I hadn't seen that show. They talked about abortion and how babies of different sizes, including full-grown babies, were thrown away in a bucket, and the brains were sucked out. And apparently, the woman who's the head of the pro-life movement happened to be, she interviewed the guy in the van who was taking it in to get rid of it, and she saw what was in that bucket. And I think if anybody who has abortion really has to look at everything that occurs, and how we're actually taking our children from what I talked to about a minute ago to abortion. And now the fact that this administration, our government, who was supposed to be the adults in the room, let the baby formula quantities lower. They saw that there was a shortage, and the Abbott Labs, apparently there was 2 children that went to the hospital that died of an infection. So the FDA went in and closed it at the end of January. And as it turned out, wasn't any problem with their formula. They totally ruled it out. And there's a phone number I'm going to lay at you. So if you are somebody who needs formula, apparently the CDC checked it out, everything's fine. They're allowing them to send out under certain conditions, small amounts of baby formula if you contact them directly, and it's an 800 number. In fact, I'll give you that right now. If anybody out there knows anybody who needs it, but I'll read you the article that includes that number. But I think all of these things, I'm sorry, all of these things seem to be completely connected. And I think it's more than just babies that are disposable. I think it's children. I think it's adults. I think it's teenagers. I think we're actually, the entire human race is disposable. And that you've got somebody whose father ran Planned Parenthood, and he was the head of the Eugenics Society. I heard this years ago. Apparently this is out there. Well, maybe he didn't believe it. He may have been, maybe he belonged to it and somebody pushed him into it. He had no idea, and he just happened to be the head of Planned Parenthood. Coincidence. It's just a coincidence. And he's, and that's Mr. Gates's father, the guy who's really helping us with this pandemic. And in fact, it took him 2 years to find out everything we already knew, but thank God we were told to shut up because we were wrong. We were wrong until he realized we were right. But he's not going to say that we're right. Apparently only affects elderly with underlying conditions, not children, not people who are generally healthy. All the stuff that we knew, and imagine all the people who overdosed and died. There's another thing, overdoses, drugs coming over the border. Who's dying? American citizens. That's okay, they're replacing the population, but the population that's coming over the border, a lot of them are going into human trafficking and sex slavery. So there's this ring, apparently. So we're talking about children, vulnerable children again. Just to me, there's one party that has never changed from, they still like slavery, don't they? But I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they have no idea what's happening. That's why we keep trying to tell them that, no, we're not racist. In fact, we're not xenophobic. We have a problem. And even Amnesty International and Doctors Without Borders said that it was about 7 to 8 or 9 girls out of every 10 and children get raped. So I have a problem with that. I have a real problem with that, but maybe there's something wrong with me, but it's okay until somebody on the wrong side of the political spectrum, well, they can actually is not even guilty of it. They can just say, you're that. Just like in Ukraine, they're fighting, the Nazis are fighting off the Russians or something like that, but those are okay Nazis? Did you hear that? So so the Democrats will tell us who's the bad Nazis and who's the good Nazis, because they're Ukraine. They're fighting Putin, who's probably worse than Hitler and Mao and Pol Pot and Stalin and who else? I don't know. The rest of them. So let me get I'll just get the phone number for you here, and then I'll read 1-800-881-0876. That's 1-800-881-0876. Anyway, and then I'll also leave the link to this particular article about the whole recall. But I hear that, it's refreshing and just like a burden lifted off my back, that I hear that pallets of formula are being delivered to the border because all these people are trying to come in, they're waiting there, and they need formula. And thank God, thank our lucky stars, that the administration is mobilizing itself to get all that formula to the border, instead of like something, that guy who was like Hitler and Stalin and the Grand Wizard of the KKK, and stupid and really, really dumb and a narcissist and full of it. He would be moving heaven and earth, and he'd be so proud of it. He would hand deliver the formula, not just to the store, but to your house. I mean, it's until the party that has all the power now realizes all these lies, just like the Hunter Biden thing was true. The Hunter Biden laptop, that was not Russian disinformation, but Mary Poppins told us that was Russian disinformation. But she's going to be, so she propagated it. Oh yeah, and also about the dossier that had several cutouts that Hillary Clinton paid the Perkins Coie law firm, and they sent it to Fusion GBS, who is a propagandist for the Democrat Party. And I've got this away from me instead of in front of me. I don't know. I thought, because I usually have a stool here, and I don't have any room if I want to get up or something. And I'm looking awfully tired. I'm sorry, everybody. The lighting is so, I'm not used to this lighting. I should try to move a little forward. Anyway, and they found Christopher Steele, and Christopher Steele got, actually it was Russian disinformation that made up the stuff about the prostitutes peeing on the bed and all that stuff. See, these were all lies, and now it has been discovered to be lies. And it's come out, but it seems like nobody particular cares that it's lies, or they don't want to admit that it's lies. Uh, but what I think the idea is that he, the guy, would be moving heaven and earth to help the people, help the American people, help definitely help mothers. There would be no shortage. And also, there's a trade chain thing. It's not just the supply chain, but they stopped the trade to other countries. I look terrible. I'm sorry. I probably should move this stool here. I know you say, no, you don't look awful. I do I look awfully tired. What are you saying here? I'm sure lots of people who spent 4 years slandering Trump supporters were there. Were where? They had an Azov battalion celebration in New York City. This video will get flagged by. I know, you're right. Probably smoke weed, eat, go to church, learn to shoot, be happy. I don't know. I think everything is going down the toilet. I mean, uh, this leaker, this leaker, that the first thing I thought when I heard it, I'm going, is there a ringer in there from the Democrat Party? Is one of those, Gorsuch's just too smooth looking, and he went through that process really fast. You notice how there wasn't really a big parade of screaming women, because of conservatives going on the bench. I was concerned about that. And then the whole Kavanaugh thing was so weird. So either he's so broken. I've always thought this, that he's broken, that he's going to say yes to anything. I've even said this on video a long time ago. And I think John Roberts said he'd be the first one to cave. They broke him. I was right. They broke him. In fact, I made a video called something Justice, Broken Justice. And it was about the two of them, Roberts and Kavanaugh, being broken. Notice how, remember when Roberts was going to vote against the whole Obamacare thing, and then he made it a tax. Overnight, it changed, like he flipped sides. But there's a reason for that. I made that video, and that Kavanaugh was broken, that he's not really going to be anybody that you're going to be concerned about. And for Roberts to say that himself, and I said that, was it a few years ago after that whole thing happened? There's a video. It could still. I put a lot of my videos on private, because I wasn't sure. I don't know what there are channels that say whatever. I mean, they say all this stuff, but if it's like I say it, there's trouble. I've been shadow banned for so long. Clearly, I am shadow banned. When I see channels going, you must like it, subscribe, tell people about this, share. You've got over 1 million subs. How shadow banned could you possibly be? I heard that. I'm going, I am unsubbing from you. I mean, just let's be real here. Let's be real. I don't even know what he's saying is true, but apparently he's saying everything. Nobody knows who he is. He's like, he's like a masked man, So whatever. I guess it's the people who look. I think people are assigned to certain channels, and they say, "Oh no, she can't say it," but they let someone else say it. Anyway, down the turlet. So it just seems like, to me, I think they've been working on this for a long time. You tell women to be something the opposite of what they are. everything in them is pushing them to feel a certain way, to be a certain way. And and telling them they have to be like a man. They have to be able to, they should go out and earn the money, and which is, fine if a woman wants to have a career. I have nothing against that. That's not it. But they're basically saying go against everything that you are and be like a man. But men are bad. It's so upside down. And I think women feel that basically, I think personally, I feel that they have been telling women they're more, well, this is the ploy of the whole Democrat Party, women, minorities, that they're more vulnerable than they actually are. Instead of empowering them, they have told them basically that they're vulnerable and that they need them and they need their support network and they need the shelters. Of course, it's true. We need the shelters, but there's a system that you have to go to them to get help. You can't do it on your own. And they will never fix the problem to say, this is how you're empowered. This is what children need to be taught from the ground up. How they should feel about themselves, what they should do to empower themselves, to say no, like let's pull back the reins and not have lots of indiscriminate sex. I haven't had it for so long. I'm telling you, I don't even know what the word is. It's like, I'm not planning on it either. But it's instead of saying no, you're worth more, you're valuable, you should be respected, you should respect yourself, you should wait for somebody and get to know them, be friends with them at first, and don't this push to have lots of sex, have lots of unprotected sex, and have lots of, instead of saying, so you must have the abortion because you need to go out and have lots of indiscriminate sex. How about you deserve more than that? You deserve to be treated well. You deserve to you deserve also to be educated on the truth and history, instead of propagating lies, like getting back to Gloria Steinem, propagating lies and teaching this false history, this false narrative. That's why they've inflamed one part of the country to hate the other part of the country with complete lies. And I believe that when they find the lies out, it's like, oh, of course they had to do it. Because I've heard this kind of from Democrats. Well, they're so bad. Trump was just so evil that they had to make up those lies. Well, what was he evil about? And how come all these impeachments and investigations, and right now New York, they haven't let it go. They're fining him $10,000 a day because they want to give him to give up his income tax records or documents. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hillary Clinton, she was fined $8,000, and the Democrat Party was fined $110,000 for faking the whole Russia narrative. That's all. It's not even a slap on the wrist. It's like $8,000. It's like kind of like you did good. You did good. You got rid of them. You worked very hard. You deserve, and everybody at the Democrat Party, they worked really hard. It's so everything we know about one part of the country. First of all, you laid all names, you laid every name in the book on a whole group of people and shoved them in the basket. All these people, and that's the Democrat groupthink, is that people aren't individuals. So that's communist groupthink. But that's what that's what their thing is groupthink. That a whole community is innocent and a whole community is guilty. Everybody with white skin is guilty. But if you have white skin and you are, touting the party line, you seem to be abolished of everything. Even though you commit the crime, you're not guilty of it. So instead of taking there is no individual and what the individual did right or wrong. It's all about what they just lay on you, and you're guilty of something you're not guilty of, and they're inciting violence. They're inciting Nancy Pelosi, the press secretary, and Schumer. They're inciting violence, and I wonder, was there a ringer in there? Was they planned this? But if they planned this, then is it why are they why are the lives of the justices in danger, or are they? It's like it's I don't know what I believe anymore. It seems like there's so many layers to this, or we're able to see. I think we're able to, because we look at all the news instead of just adhering. So don't trust whatever they say. It's all lies. Just listen to us. They're listening to this one source, and we're listening to the whole thing and saying, this isn't right. Every human being and every individual is a child of God. Well, there is no God. That's right, because they're bringing in, technically it's fascism and communism. They're cousins. This political system are cousins, and it's basically godless. And in each system, you have to put the party first, and you have no individual rights. I believe that the women who you see film clips of these women screaming their heads off, and I think what's happening is they have been dependent on the Democrat Party for so long, because they said, you have to stay with us. You have to, you can't listen to anyone else. We'll protect you. We'll give you your rights. You should be empowered, or you should be like a man. And men are evil. And it's almost like it's the child's fault that you got pregnant. And basically, by ripping him out, it's kind of like getting rid of the guy too. The guy did you wrong. The guy just had sex and left you, and you got pregnant, and you just burned everything you saw that reminded you of him, including your house. So you have to basically burn that kid out of you, because it's kind of like getting back at what he did. Why put women in this position? Why? Because having an abortion, I never had one, I've ever been pregnant, but having it, as I understand it, is terrible what a woman goes through. It's not a sacred right. It's not a badge of honor. It's the most ridiculous thing. When I heard I don't even know who I don't know who actresses and wait, no, there's no such thing as actresses anymore. I don't know who in the music industry in Hollywood. I have no idea who these people are anymore. Whoever she said, when she stood on the stage and she said, when Trump got elected, ladies, have your abortions now. Really? Should just go and have them suck something out, even though you're not pregnant, or get pregnant and then have the abortion just for the fun of it, just have the joy of it. Because women's, their hormones are awful. The hormones and the depression, the anxiety, and what it takes out of the body. Why they don't, personally, why don't they just send the morning after pill, which is the day after pill, to ensure that you don't get pregnant if you've had unprotected sex? Send at least 2 to every woman who's not planning to have children a month. Or think about it. Do you want to have children? You don't. If you don't want to have children, having abortions aren't fun, as I understand it. I understand it's really miserable. Why don't you just either get birth control, or is there a temporary surgical process? I think there is, that you can have reversed if you want to actually have a child, and to full term, and then not like decide after it's been born that you want to take it out of the world again, which is another dangerous thing people aren't thinking of. What they're not thinking of is that a woman giving the rights to pushing pushing the line where the child is laying there and you can decide within 6 hours, and now they're saying days or years, whatever. After a woman has a baby, she goes through a time, and it has to do with these horrible hormones. Why isn't there an operation for that? Why is there some kind of medication to fix that? Because I think that's the problem. The hormones go off, and some women have like a postnatal depression after they give birth to a kid. They are they're really depressed, and some of them feel that they want to exterminate the baby, and some have tried, but it's not something that they continue to have for the rest of their lives. It's just hormonal, and we've always looked at that and said that's wrong. You got to make sure that the wife is going through, or the mother's going through this, to not let that happen, because it's something that happens. So I would say you're telling women, whatever your hormones say, just do it. If your hormones say have sex indiscriminately, do it, because you can have that kid ripped out. If you feel like, hey, I want the kid, no, I don't want the kid, your hormones are saying, just do it. Do whatever your hormones say. Everybody should just go, and the pedos should just, whatever. You've already made the children vulnerable, and it's starting in Europe, and they're doing it here. We know they're doing it here. This is who's running the world, who's taking the world down. We hear about certain people who've flown to that particular island, but as far as I know, I hate to say this, it's like the youngest I heard was like 12, but it's like to 17. Usually they're around the pubescent age. Not like 0 to 4. I mean, like 0 to 4. It seems like, we know certain names, and I kind of like don't even want to say them. Remember Musk, the man, my love of my life, that I just discovered, and I didn't realize that he was the richest man in the world. He said to the Babylon Bee that he's not a pervert. I don't think he is, and he loves his children, and he lost some, and he was very hurt by it. I mean, he's a feeling billionaire, and I pray for his life, that he keeps, but they can destroy you. They destroy your reputation. Apparently there's a Atkinson, and she used to work for CVS, Carol Atkinson. She said that they wanted to take her husband down, and the FBI tried to put child stuff on his computer, but they failed at it. And that's come out today. I mean, I'm not like reporting on something. I shouldn't CBS, and we're not talking about Fox or anything like that. Because they can destroy your reputation and take you down. Obviously, we've known the lies, and the lies are still being repeated at certain events I don't even want to name, but we know about that. And we know to an extent what didn't happen, yet the lies are still being repeated. And that's the reason why we don't want, or they don't want Trump on Twitter. Does anyone want to come on and vent? Because I can vent all day, and I can go down a lot of roads, including the whole inflation thing. Because it's going through the roof. It's like, there are things that from the time I started buying certain products, they are as high as $11 more. I mean, just for regular like body wash, or it's ridiculous. And that nobody's trying to do anything about it. I think because they want us to know that they don't care. They want us to know. They say things like, you have first world problems. I see. It sounds like, this is what you've got. And this is what I have. When I started this channel, I even came on and said, look, there's a civil war going on in the streets. I mean, it's like I saw several years down the road before this got as bad as it is. And I think they're saying you're a young girl who doesn't know what she's talking about. I knew exactly what was going on because they're pitting us against each other. The darling press secretary that's on her way out said, you have first world problems. Oh, like they don't care at all. Remember when they first got it? Oh, we're going to give them some money. Oh, we're going to give you a little more in heating oil, a little more money for that. I mean, it sounded like they were they're pretending to help, but they're clearly not. And Biden's not running the show. You've got a group of people who basically are angry at us, that hate us, that they don't care. They don't care. The idea of the whole environmental thing, I love the environment. I think we should stop polluting and we don't throw the plastics in the water, but there's a hell of a lot of masks that are in the water, and that sea life is washing up because they're swallowing it, or they're getting squeezed to death by it. But I heard that a couple of years ago. I mean, those things were just being dumped into the water, and they're finding those animals dead on the seashores. But it's like, your existence, your breath is killing the world. But if you care more about the plants than you do people, the plants live because of people, because they need carbon dioxide. And that's where we and animals get oxygen. So people don't even know enough to say, you know what? That whole premise of why they say the world, that we might reach less than a degree, 800 and something points of a degree warmer by the end of the century. I mean, you've really, if humans are doing all this, you're going to really have to give me a better argument than this, because I don't know. I just know that it seems like you don't care that people are dying. And to push abortions and that people are trash. You're not only trash, but you're destroying the earth by your existence. But the fact that you're warm, you're killing all of us. We are riffraff. And what she say? That really said, okay, this exactly, if people aren't seeing, I said it, I'm sure hardly anybody saw it, that we're killing each other in the streets because it's going to come to that point. Well, they don't want to get their hands dirty. That's part of that problem. You have to, but that's what communism does. And fascism, we know that there's certain populations, the fascists had the vermin they had to get rid of. There was something she said baby formula shortage. That's because people are hoarding. Oh, who's hoarding? So you say that to parents that are desperate to feed their children, who don't have enough to feed their children. Some mothers can't even produce enough breast milk. They need the formula. Or some children have certain physical issues or allergies. Allergies is a big thing. That they need special formula for that. So sometimes it's not the breast milk, or it's breast milk in cahoots, in hand in hand with working with formula. But so you've got parents who love their children, want their children to live, are going to get to a point that's very, very desperate. And you can't make formula because you have to make it right for the child's needs. Are going to look at who's hoarding it. And it's more this, the anger that we saw in 2020, the peaceful protests, the rights to, they're not supposed to intimidate justices. That is against the law. But let's see what comes of that. You're not supposed to do that. That the anger, it's right that people should be angry. And what they're doing is they're giving us, fuel to incite. Um, I don't even want to say it, but it's pitting us against each other. And there are people who are not hoarding, but that's all they've ever done is name call and demonize, just label, put the label across it. My cousin um, started, helped start the Human Rights Campaign, which people call the LGBTQIA, the, and he said, he's very old now. There's a big age differential in my family. I'm like the youngest. They were older. It's just huge thing. But anyway, he said that the way that racism and hating gays, all that's going to end is if people stop using a label. Oh, that's my black friend or my gay friend, or that's putting that label over somebody. If we just say that's my friend, and don't say that's my gay friend, or they're gay, or they're black, or they're brown, or they're whatever they are, because that takes away from someone. They said the day that's where those labels are, and he marched with Martin Luther King, and he had his poster up in the South. The KKK put his poster up, to wanted dead or alive, hang him on sight. They probably knew he was gay, but there was another man that was about this, I guess. Well, he died a number of years ago of a heart attack, and he was known as the professor of love. He wasn't like the professor of sex, but actual love. And after his talks, he would hug everyone in the auditorium, listen to everyone, anybody who wanted to hug him, anybody who wanted to talk to him. His name was Leo Buscaglia. They're both Italian. Well, my cousin's half Italian. Leo Buscaglia is all Italian. He died of a heart attack. How about that? But he said that if we keep putting labels on people, and that's what's happened. That's they want to pit us against each other, because it's like they want to eliminate certain populations and have people live in fear, and driving people to do things. I'm not talking to anyone else, but to themselves. If you don't care about, if you don't care about the drugs coming out of the border, if you don't care, if it's not a problem for the people who are running things, that is a problem. That's a problem for humankind. But Leo Buscaglia said about labels is, if you say, he said the words, he said, now what do you think when I say these words? Black, brown, Catholic, Protestant, evangelical, Jehovah's Witness, Jewish. What do these words, gay, lesbian, what comes to your mind? If you put that label on a person before you even talk to them, everything they say is filtered through that word. So you will never know what that person really thinks, what they really feel, why they believe the way they believe. There's no understanding. You just put that label on, and you have totally, he said, you've totally stripped the person of who they are. It's like you've sliced off their soul. And that's what we've done. And he said this, oh God, I think he wrote his book Love, and he wrote a bunch of books in the 70s. And he died a number of years ago of a heart attack. I don't remember when. I don't know what the date was. I remember there's a film clip I saw of him. I think could have been some news show interviewing him. And they took him out into his garden. And his garden was just all overgrown. And he says, I call this God's garden, because the flowers and plants grow as God wants them to. They're free to be who they are, because they're beautiful. They're not killing each other. I mean, every trait that's good grows. Everything that's a yes grows. And when you say no, it stops. That's why they say, if you keep tyranny, we know a lot about tyranny now, and that's what going on. But when it's abuse, it's bullying. Keep doing that. And it's interesting, even CNN is waking up, the reporters are asking questions like, what's going on here? What's going on? What happens is, let's say in a factor of like domestic violence, somebody's abused or bullied. And especially when they're a child, because if it starts as a child, what happens is they say that the brain doesn't grow fully. The brain gets stunted. The child is never as intelligent as child could be. And your personality, your creativity, all that's inside of you that could come out and just probably do a lot of good in this world is stunted. It never grows. That's why some people have depression and anxiety, all these particular things, because you've stunted what could be. And you could take that person is vulnerable already and is dependent on the system. It's dependent on the party and the power that's saying, oh, they're going to take everything away from you. You become vulnerable for the rest of your life. So can you imagine the amount of people that are in this world that are broken because so many things were taken away from them. And even when you, not just the minority community, but I look at like right now, the women, I say women, the women who are afraid of abortion now, that are screaming, saying why they look like they're losing their minds. First of all, they're being lied to. They're being lied to that they want it federal. They want to have abortions at any time for any reason, just have the abortion even after the baby's born, which is so above and beyond what anybody could possibly dream of, that you wonder, there's so many riots in the streets. It's like, why aren't our leaders just putting their foot down? Hey, you're the Republicans, or you're the reasonable Democrats who want things to be that we think. I was like, oh yeah, you're like the old school Democrats, what kind of thing. Everybody says John F. Kennedy Democrats. You mean when the Democrats, the KKK Democrats were still alive and doing their thing? It's kind of there. I think there were some Democrats who had an idea of what they thought Democrats were: liberty, free speech, we're for the poor. I think it was an idea, but the people who really ran the party had a different idea. And a lot of, like my grandfather, when he came to this country, he worked for the Democrat Party too. My grandmother became a Republican, but the rest of the family pretty much were Democrats, because he was told that they're for the poor people. Okay, I'll work for them. And he was very, very, very poor in a way that we can't even imagine. My father's family, my father's family too. It's like, I almost think they're poorer than my mother's family. I think when you see the women's movement, Trump got elected, and you had to hate him. You had to hate him because he stopped a woman from being elected. And wait a second, there's no such thing as a woman anymore. And then you had the women screaming in the streets. And it was like this Me Too movement. There was a certain camaraderie in the women's movement. And they kind of like they had a place. They were together, and they could get together, and they could scream all they want. And they felt they had a support group, because they've been told, they're vulnerable. They need, especially a woman in office. They need women to be recognized. And then right after that, they decided to hold classes to teach the white women how they've been oppressing the women who were non-white all their lives, and they didn't know they were oppressing them. How many women probably who were supposedly white were probably oppressed themselves? Nobody. See, that's when you take the individual away, and then you have this blanket of all whites must be evil, and all people who are not white are not evil, unless they are conservative. Unless they're for Trump, then you strip them of their minority status. Can you imagine these women who had this support group that all of them just held each other and, I don't know, love Trump's hate, which is funny because love Trump's hate, which means Trump, the word Trump, that was clever that they used that, is supposed to be the thing that destroys hate, which is like, do you even know anything about putting words together? You don't even know what you're saying. You just use Trump's name in the positive. Do you realize this? But it turned out to be true because they were just all about hate. And so I think these women felt broken. I think the woman's woman broke them again. And then I see you needing to speak, Rob. And if you want to come on, do you want to come on, Rob? While people on Wall Street, whenever people started having conversations, the progressives started in with check your white privilege, and the entire thing fell apart. Woman, that's right, Black Samurai. Let's see. All right, Sweet Shooters has a link. I will check that link out. I belong to the Black Label Society because I'm still. And see, what did Amy Joyce say before I go? All right, let's see what. Unless you want to read, at least you want to read stuff. Amy Joyce 3 says, hi, Amy. I think some of these people are paid to get others riled up. Probably another old trick. That's true. The biggest scapegoat of them all, the unvaccinated. Well, it's there's always new scapegoats. They just keep throwing names out because it doesn't matter. Even though you were I think even though you were a Democrat and you voted for this administration, they keep throwing things out, new reasons to hate more people. And I think maybe what they're trying to do is how many people will conform? How many people that we will break, that will totally conform to the party, which is very communistic, very fascistic. You keep breaking them until you get the very few that can't be broken, but they destroy the rest. That's what happens is they totally, after the system is broken, they have to bring order back. Most of these people don't realize they're destroying themselves, and they're destroying everyone else. I mean, they're making themselves less human. They're making themselves as disposable. I think these women, maybe their own mothers had abortions, and they feel like my mother kept me, but she could have killed me. And so to kind of numb that pain, that's why some people actually become abusive, is because they have to make what their parents did right. My father used to say, I used to get beat up and I loved it. I loved it because I don't know if he was just saying that to me because he just beat me up and I should love it. But what you have to do is, otherwise a child's world is going to fall apart. It's going to completely crumble because that's like God. Your parents are like God, and you're completely dependent on them for your very survival, for food, for water, for shelter, for clothes. There's no way you could make it on your own. So our child, to rationalize it, has to say, well, there must be something wrong with me. And I wonder if these women are somewhere inside are so hurt that the way to justify, maybe what their mother did is like, I'll get rid of my child too, or to the feeling that they're less of a human being and they're very insecure inside. I would say there's reasons, and that's why women should get together and talk, or women should let out why they feel so broken, and admit that they feel broken. And I think because even the women's movement itself has stripped women of they're no longer women. They were just strong being women, and then all of a sudden, no, you're not even a woman. Oh no, a man can decide to, a biological man, as long as he feels he's a woman. And I thought that was when Obama let go of the edict overnight. He said that schools will not get federal funding if a man is literally walking by a grade school and or high school, and feels for that moment he could wake up feeling he's man, and then when he passes the school he feels he's a woman, she's a woman, then all of a sudden you must let them into the girls' bathroom. And we've known we knew what was going to happen. Can you imagine that women are no longer, and there's some that completely buy into it, but let me get you a link, Rob, because you could be losing your mind. Let me see. Okay. I haven't done this in so long. I'm kind of like, come on. It's not doing anything. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, let her rip. Anybody else that want to come on and vent about inflation, about the prices of something, what you used to pay for? The fact that there is nobody that just comes out and says, I care. So you've got people coming out, and they're hiring people. I think the EOC, people who agree with rioting and burning down minority communities and leaving there's a lot of elderly people and poor minorities that were left with buses weren't running. There were no stores they could go to. They were completely bereft after those riots. But they have to understand that it's good because of the systematic racism. So these poor elderly minority Black people, somehow, those lives just don't matter. It seems like, and you just have to deal, like you have to be a martyr. I think that's what it is. You have to be a martyr for the cause, and they're picking and choosing who's going to survive here. So, my mind long time ago. Of course you did. Oh, here he is, and he's probably going to talk and talk and talk. And she's going to try to out talk me. He's going to talk more than me, but he doesn't want to show his face. He just wants to show his picture. So here we are. There we go.
I just talk so much. I just talk all the time. It's not like I didn't go like 9 months without putting up a single video, okay?
You poor thing. So he's not saying a damn word, okay? Okay. So what was wrap up what I was saying? I think women are the women that you see, the little clips of these women screaming, is that this is the only thing they have to hold on to is abortion. And they must vote Democrat because they've been conditioned. You must not vote. My sister gave me the speeches. I've heard these speeches from other women that you must vote Democrat because the Democrats are going to take away your Republicans, conservatives are going to take away your rights as a woman, and they're going to put you back barefoot and pregnant. I mean, this is what they've been fed. They must. So they cannot trust the other side. They've been so demonized because they're just lying to get in office, and they're just male misogynists, And a woman has her places in the home. That this is the last thing that they have to exercise their womanhood is to be able to rip the child out of her womb. What else are they going to take away from you? I wonder. This is basically the last thing they have left because the name woman isn't even for women. You can be a biological man and forget it. There's going to be no more women's sports. Why would a woman want to get into sports? For somebody who was born a biological woman, why would they want to do that? And if men seem to figure out, so who's running the world? It sounds like men to me. I mean, it sounds like men to me. And so I think this is why they're losing their mind, because they can't scream at their party, because the party is going to be look at them like they are like Jen Psaki looks at us. It's like commoners, let them eat breast milk formula. Come on. I think I think that's what it is. That they've got nothing left and they can only hold on to one party that has one thing that they're trying to hold on to. And they keep, well, no, they're not quite saying that they're women. They know they're losing that. They don't have anything left because they've stripped them of womanhood. What would Hillary have been? What would it matter that she was the first woman?
Well, they have the childless urban women, not the suburban and rural women with families. So they have a very small sort of voter base that is not procreating at all.
So, but what are those women going to get out of them if the only thing that they're offering them is abortion at any time?
Well, it kind of goes back to the whole problem of the Democrat Party is that they try to keep people in line as you were describing before through negative reinforcement. It's like whenever anybody steps out of line on any issue, it's you have internalized misogyny, you have internalized racism, you're a crypto MAGA or whatever. And I don't know if you saw this. I was actually fairly impressed. Louis C.K. had a podcast where he actually described this, and he gave a very nuanced and intelligent take. Not that I don't think he's not an intelligent guy, but to see it from a celebrity who actually understands the issue is that they push people away. They'll tell people that they belong to the Republicans. They'll tell people that they belong to Trump supporters, and people are like, okay.
Because you're below. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, I didn't know that at all. Big Mama Michelle might be a man. You mean me or some other Michelle?
Oh, she's talking about Big Mike Obama.
Oh yeah, Mike Obama. Yeah, I know they've said a lot of stuff, and I don't know. I've heard a lot of stuff, but one thing I did heard, which was quite disturbing, is that remember how Obama just that's how he got elected, was, and by right, demonizing Bush. Remember how they demonized Bush, but on the
well, no, actually, what you said before reminded me of what the current occupant of the Oval Office said about Romney. He said to Black Americans, if you vote for Romney, he'll put you back in chains. And
yes,
that's very
that's
similar
right.
to the victim mentality that they kind of inculcate in women. It's you'll basically be breeding machines. You'll be chattel for the state. And so I think what you described very well is this bizarre stuff, because it's zero sum virtue. The thing with progressivism is that they can only have virtue at the expense of someone else. I can only be a good person if you're an evil bigot, basically. And you have to keep feeding bodies into the wood chipper, basically, because there's no virtue if you can't somehow vilify someone else. So someone else is getting thrown into the wood chipper. So they had this thing where it's you need to conform, basically, and I kind of lost my train of thought. Yes.
About saying about Michelle Obama was it, but on the night of I think Trump getting elected, the Obamas were in Paris with the Bushes, and Michelle Obama was sitting on George Bush's lap.
Mm-hmm.
They're friends. I mean, the Clintons vacation with the Obamas. Oh no, the Clintons vacation with the other one. Oh, the Clintons vacation with the Bushes. But according to Powell, was his first name, the one who's a general who said that there was Colin Powell. Yeah, Colin Powell said, I guess in an email that was leaked, it was a verified email of his, how much Obama hates the Clintons or hates Hillary. He absolutely loathes her, but they certainly pretend they like each other. But the Clintons really like the Bushes, so there's really no difference between the two. But the Bushes like the Obamas. But you see, the only one who they're still trying to destroy and trying to destroy the supporters, which they kind of, because all Bush's sins were, at least the public, they don't realize what goes behind closed doors. Once he said he hated Trump, or he didn't like Trump, vilified him. Even my sister said, "Oh yeah, he turned out to be good." Oh, and Romney, I can't tell you how much. That's all my sister and anybody else listening to Democrats, how much they hated Romney, and they hated
every neocon war hawk, every John Bolton, Dick Cheney, all of them came out and said they hated Trump, and then the left all came out and celebrated them.
Yeah, it's but see, they're still trying to destroy Trump. The guy left office was like $2.5 billion. Like he's lost mostly everything because of all the legal fees. Mm-hmm. Bush didn't have to go through that. Mm-hmm. They really hate Trump. Mm-hmm. So it's like they pretended and they went crazy. But everybody thought who wasn't in the know, they all saw everything the Democrats were saying was real about how well, actually, maybe it was real, but they didn't realize that they're actually friends with each other. That's not why. Remember when Obama went to the White House and he was, embraced by, the Laura Bush and George Bush, like they were friends. There wasn't any animosity. In fact, there was shaky ground whether McCain was going to get supported by Bush. He didn't really throw his full support behind McCain. And not that McCain is good at all. It could be that the Democrats maybe didn't like him as much as we thought that the Democrats liked him. That was such
McCain helped disseminate the Steele dossier.
Oh, that's right. I can't stop thinking about that Tim Dillon skit when he dressed up like Meghan McCain. And he came back and he started 7 wars. Oh my God, that was so funny with the hair on his chest. That was so good. It was like so true too. But as far as Trump goes, it really looks, and there's reasons why they hate him. Did Bush help the country? Did Bush do anything for us personally? For us, did he really feel our other than coming out and saying Islam is a religion of peace, and he came out strong for America and stuff like that. There was something there. It was like the America, like he loved America.
Yeah, well, there was.
He did.
Yeah, well, there was a prevailing perception that we realize now we took for granted, that went all the way up to W and into the Obama administration and through the Obama administration for me, but of course my opinion of him has suffered since. But that basically there were some objectives that they all shared, basically, which was protecting America as a country, basically caring for the welfare of its citizens.
We thought, and not really. Exactly. I think the Bushes destroyed. Well, it was his own father that said a new world order.
Yes.
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I like how Biden just puts those 3 words together, and the fact checks come out and say there are unfounded conspiracy theories. It's like, no, he literally said those words.
What did Biden say? What?
He said he talked about a new world order.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, and the food shortage that's coming. So you wonder, like the formula and the Abbott lab factories that's been closed for months, even though they found that they were innocent of or there was nothing wrong with the formula. They thought it was the formula.
Oh.
And we didn't realize this in the supply chain. And then you got the booty gig thing, the guy, and then we didn't realize he was gone for 2 months because he had new children. And
by the way, he has what seems to me to be like a work from home kind of job. It doesn't seem like he needs to.
He's not. Yeah, you're right. I don't think any of them are working. I don't think the lights on, but nobody's home. There's nothing like that. He's not. Was it? Then he said roads are racist. They were supposed to rebuild the bridges. Apparently, we spent less than securing our border last year. Hardly anything, like a couple $2 billion down there, compared to what we're sending to Ukraine. Not that I'm against Ukrainian people, but that's good Lord, are we? But yeah, we're going to secure their border, and our roads and bridges. We need that money because there are bridges where I live, the overpasses, which I have to walk, because where my doctor is, to get to the doctor, you basically have to walk down the highway, past 2 exit on, like I'm literally in the dark, and the Ubers and the taxis won't come after a certain time because I don't know if it's COVID or what the hell it is. So I'm going, I can't walk it, but I have had to walk in the dark. And so I'm walking through the underpass going, the whole thing. And that's not the only underpass. You know, the pillars there, they're actually broken. They're cracked right through. I said, this is going to fall at any time. And what charging my city for real estate taxes, it's like, because they want a certain class of people living in this town. And anyway, that's another story. It's like you get to know your neighbors, and you say you've been living here. Once they find out, oh, you were born here, you didn't move in. What the thing? It's the in thing to do. And clearly you must not have gone to college. I didn't even say anything about my education. And they go, well, what's that? What's that email? There's some kind of email they were talking about that had information about local people if they were giving something away, or you could some kind of free cycle thing that people of
Craigslist.
Or what?
Craigslist.
Not Craigslist, but just for the area. I don't even know. I'm not quite sure what it's called, because somebody gave me something else. I think it's for the city, but just for the neighborhood. And sometimes people get fresh honey, and you could go, and they're just telling me all about it. I go, oh, I live in that street over there. I live in this neighborhood. I said, what is that? What is the 2 women, they've got a kid, and they're very educated, 2 highly paid jobs, we high up there in their career. And I know that I'm below them. Like, they're talking to me, and at first I go, Joe, you're below them. They did not give me, and they would not give me the email address. I go, but I've been and that was the wrong thing to say. I was born here, or I live with. Clearly, I'm below them. You're one of those townies. You're the common folk. Well, we moved in here. Obviously, we're educated and we got high-paying jobs, and
I'm hearing H.A. Goodman, beautiful, morally superior, often apoplectic Democrats.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God. I go, well, I should have my sister. Look, I have a sister that you would like. So maybe she'll talk to you, and you could say that if you help me, it's kind of like helping her, and she'll like you, and because you're all got the whole camaraderie going on.
Your sister will bump up your social credit score by proxy.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I got a bad social credit score. But I bet President Xi would like me, because I don't know if these ladies like those pandas. That's for sure. And I'm I'm very, very feminine. And he said women should be feminine. So he might like me. I'd be a great panda nanny. I'm still watching panda videos. I can't stop it.
Yeah, you could say
it's the only thing that's keeping me safe.
You can say what you will about China, but if some chick with pink hair starts shrieking on the street corner, she's not going to be doing that for very long.
Oh no, he would never allow that. I mean, and it could be that they're breaking us to a point.
Yeah.
Until we'll say, yes, oh, finally, a little bit of, when tyranny happens, and then you kind of like the lockdowns, when they give you a little bit, you can walk outside. In fact, if you're outside with not near anyone, you can take your mask off. And it's like, oh my God, a little bit. That's what tyranny does. They beat you down. And then when they take everything away, and once you are, you're not like full of, I don't know, you're not throwing a fit or anger or something like that. They know they've broken you, in a sense. You become docile. And then when they give you a little bit, you think you just praise the leader. Oh, the dear leader is giving me a little something. That there's a certain normalcy after you take everything away about men have to be men, women have to be women. You can't have these riots in the street. Like that stuff. You say order. I'll accept order, but the whole thing did a recent COVID outbreak, some kind of COVID.
That's what Yuri Bezmenov called a renormalization. There's a renormalization period where people accept that kind of lower plateau.
Yeah, but it's
that becomes a new normal. Yeah.
There's actually another name for it that I when I learned about it was about when you beat someone down, you've imprisoned them, you've taken everything away from them, and then they start giving you a little something, like you have a little, like you can take one walk around the building outside and come back. Oh wow. I forget what it's called, but it's a tactic, and they use it in communist countries. Let the kids on campus who fly the swastika and the flags and Che Guevara. They have no idea about Marx being the racist. He was a racist. He said that word a lot. He wrote about it. He was an anti-Semite, and we know Che Guevara, and they killed all the homosexuals. They hated Black people. There's racism rampant. They have no idea what they're asking for. Oh, I have no idea what they've been sold and why they've been sold it. But I probably shouldn't even, it's a whole different subject I shouldn't get into. But that crazy guy who's the comedy, who I thought was just so off, just so overboard, that I thought, God, most of the people in the world can look at him and see absolutely how crazy he was. But the stuff he kept coming out with, I said to him, that's pedo, that's what that is that you're talking about. And it's like he wanted that to happen, because like in ancient Greece, and adult men used to do that, and they thought nothing of it. And I said that, and then he said it again, so it wasn't even an accident. And then he was talking about how some women aren't 100. How they're not. Some people are a little bit homosexual, and some people are mostly heterosexual, and there's different degrees. And I'm going, wait, that means that they're bisexual. Okay, we have a name. They're bisexual. Everybody understand that. Homosexual, bisexual. Like, we can understand all this, But what he was trying to explain, and this is 2014, he was actually, I didn't realize that, how we have the different genders, 50 different, this is what he was describing, and the idea of normalizing that particular activity that is more widespread than we realize, because they're opening the door. Don't tell me they don't know what they're doing. And it's like, I can, like, when this happens to you, and when it's wrong, and that the way they're applying it is they're making them vulnerable to it. I started talking about this on this show, Charlie Kirk show, which I thought I never saw, because he showed a clip from a website, and you can find maybe it was about a month ago. website was called Amaze. And I'm sure all the pedos go to it because it was a cartoon of a little boy, and the mother was saying, stop. And then it was actually the voice of a little boy. And you heard the practicing event. I don't want you to go into it. They said, and you can do that all day long. You can do that all day long. I'll tell you something personal. When a child has that happen to them, when it's actually happened to them, rather than that, to me, this is making them vulnerable. And are the kids going to learn in school? They said they're going to teach them how to practice in school. And so, oh yeah, you can do it all day. What are they going to learn in school? And are they going to be just because children, when that happens to a child, the thing goes off, and it's torture. Mm-hmm. It's torture. It's not this pleasure event. It's torture. And in fact, well, I think that there's a bottom line here. There's an undercurrent to things that are going on, is because you end up hating who you are, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And you will be even violent to certain parts of because you hate it so much, it has to stop. If you can expound on that, the undercurrent of hating because it's your fault, and it's because of that attracted these adults to you to hurt you so badly. And so if you remove that and you become something else, then you're protected. In fact, you have removed that horrible, horrible event, which I think there's reasons why people do things, many reasons. Sometimes it is, something bad happened. And that's why going to a counselor to work this out, and you may decide to do whatever it is anyway to change things. That's fine if you've gone to and you really know what you're doing, because if you're pushed into it and then the community, the support is gone and people are just being pushed into it, children are very vulnerable. And it's if you give them hormones and they don't, and say, oh yes, your best friend's a girl or your best friend's a boy. Why not? Do it any way you want. Children, if that's the world you grew up in, I goes at different points in time, we praise the Greeks, but there's something that they did that was not. In fact, they said if the child, if they reach adolescence, that's disgusting. It's so freaking crazy what the Romans and the Greeks did. But it's like when I heard that coming out of his mouth, I don't even want to spell it out completely, but I thought, what the heck he said? And then and then you hear all this stuff going on. This is his little, the little commie meetings, the commie meetings he used to go to. They were feeding these people this. Mm-hmm. And they have basically they've broken society by bringing, slicing off parts of us that held us up to be where we as human beings were looking to be nobler people, better to humankind, better to our neighbors, better to ourselves, to be examples of the peace that we saw in the world, of goodness, just to be better and better humans. They were slicing off these things enough that is breaking. We're just breaking our children, our babies. Generations will be broken. And when you go off course, when they've pushed you to do something, you have to go. I think it is, you've got to go with the party, and the party is pushing something, and, yes. And the people are pushing something. And then when you realize you've gone too far and you've made a drastic change, and you realize, wait, no, I didn't want to do this. They're gone. There's no support. There's no support. Oh, we have to do this, and we have to normalize this, which in as long as the person I think just being an adult, speaking to counselors, make sure that it's so permanent to do something, that this particular thing is something you really, really, this is the right thing to do. They're saying, well, they're doing it because the suicide rate is so high. But the suicide
it doesn't help it at all when they
doesn't change. Even when they're accepted, it doesn't change. But if you care, just like the lockdowns, because we care about life, but you ended up creating a lot of overdoses and suicides and elderly people dying because you shoved sick patients in the nursing homes. There's so much death that occurred. It's like, and you don't go along, you're a non-human, you're deplorable, we're going to break you. But when a person says no, they're alone. They've probably even lost their family. They've lost everything. The community of support is gone. If you care about suicide, right here, they've changed. Just like, oh, you're not black, you're a conservative, you're a Trump supporter, you're a white. They're literally called Larry Elder a white supremacist. You're no longer whatever. You're no longer a human being.
The community of Cuban Americans got evicted from their own ethnicity because they don't vote Democrat.
Yeah, that's right. They're really, I heard them. They're deciding whether they're Hispanic or not. They're a minority or not. Are you kidding? Because they actually lived under communism.
Yeah.
They've lived under it. I mean, I dated a guy who was from Cuba. He was a black Cuban, and he got out of there. And there's no way. And was it Obama was running for office? There's no way. And he was black himself. There's no way I'm voting for him. No way. And it's like, that kind of says a lot. And in fact, he wasn't wealthy. He was working at McDonald's, flipping burgers. So he wasn't well, but he got the hell out of there. He doesn't care. He goes, you have no idea. And there's no way he would vote for Obama. But of course, he's probably not black or Hispanic anymore either.
He ain't black. If you don't vote for Democrats, you ain't black.
That's right. Yeah, if you don't vote for the guy who rode in a convertible with Robert C. Byrd, the Grand Exalted Cyclops of the West Virginia KKK, and with Orville Faubus, F. William Fulbright was in that car. Who else was there? And he Byrd sat on the floor while they were to filibuster civil rights, as the Democrats did when the Republicans tried to pass it before. And was it one I forget, one of the Congress people said, oh yeah, he was a KKK member, but he changed. When did he change? When did he change? Oh, it's like, even let's say we found out Trump actually was, but he changed. No, he can never change. Oh, wait. He got the same award that Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton gave to Muhammad Ali and Rosa Parks. They get for helping the black community. When did he? When he did for Jennifer Hudson and her family after her brother-in-law massacred half the family. Everything he did. Oh, but he clearly must have been doing that to get votes. I mean, what are you talking about?
You can't have a rational conversation at that point, because they will find any sort of ad hoc way. I actually, like, there was one time I said, you realize Donald Trump actually sued Palm Beach, Florida, West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
To integrate,
which is harder to find on the web. That I remember I looked it up, but we started to run for president. It's like right at the beginning, and then when Stephanopoulos interviewed him, and he wrote up a piece, of the interview, and the title of it was "Trump brags about destroying segregation in Palm Beach." I mean, he brags.
Yeah.
They actually took a good thing and destroyed it, and then I can't find it anymore on the web. That event about what he did, people don't. If you don't know, which you might know, is that he single-handedly destroyed segregation in Palm Beach. It still existed. I think it was in 1995 or 1996. He did it by suing, instead of saying, "Oh, elect me and I'll get rid of it." And then after he's in for 6 years, whatever, elected city officials run for about 6 years.
Well, he did it as a
It's
private
like, I
citizen.
need more money. You have to elect me again because these racists don't want me to do that. And so that's what a politician does. They keep giving more money, and that's why they're in there for life. But he just said, screw it. I'm just going to sue the city for $75 million. And he won because he wanted African Americans. He wanted most African Americans who are Trump supporters, who are conservatives, say, we don't want to be called, we're not Africans. Why would we're Americans. They really want to be called Americans. And it's like, you can't, it's not, I don't know, we're not allowed to say certain words. They tell us what we're supposed to say. But Jews, remember he is Hitler, and Hitler, what he did to the Trump was Hitler, though his daughter and his son-in-law were Orthodox Jews.
Yes.
And his grandchildren, his mother died in a Jewish nursing home. It's so ludicrous. But anybody who was a minority that was not allowed to even go to another resort in Palm Beach because it was still segregated. He destroyed that because he wanted them to own parts of it. He wanted diversity. Hello. And it was the Kennedys bought their compound in Palm Beach, in the part of Palm Beach that was still segregated, because anybody who bought there and they walked out of their front door, they didn't want to see Black people or Jews walking down the street. There was huge anti-Semitism in the Kennedy. The father was a piece of work as far as his racism and anti-Semitism and stuff like that.
Those people
don't realize it.
Those damn Irish are the worst. That's why.
Yeah. You're right. The Irish, they are the worst. But and I think to myself, and you kind of just think about it. Okay, the Kennedys were down there, and they said nothing about segregation. And isn't the idea that the Kennedys, the minorities, and all that stuff, that we have this big idea. He did the Peace Corps, and it's like that. It got the young people involved and to end segregation, all this stuff. And then I think to myself, wait a minute. It was still segregated when Trump went down there to buy Mar-a-Lago, and he had to end it in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And you mean the Kennedy compound, who Hollywood frequented, all the diverse kind of woke, the whole Hollywood thing, Hollywood and all the Democrats went down there and knew and never said, they said nothing, and they did nothing to end segregation. Nothing. And I think the reason why Trump turned this country around and everybody was prospering, we can't have that. We need them dependent on us. And they hated him for doing it so easily and so quickly.
Yeah.
And caring. It's like, people, if you're listening to this and you don't like us for what we're saying, you must understand this stuff is coming out as lies. Everything they told you was lies. To read about what he did to help Jennifer Hudson. I'm saying that's another story we can get into. But they're lies. Look, you hate him because of everything you heard from these other people that you trust, because they made you dependent on them. The Republicans are good for nothing. What they just did to vote, they're not helping us. They could care less. Nobody's standing up for what's good or what's right. We should have. I don't understand. There's something. There has to be something that we can do out to help Americans, because the administration isn't going to do it, and America is just going to keep breaking. There has to be something in the law somewhere. I guess federal would have to be federally that we can do, unless we can do it by a state. Each state has different laws. Something we can do as far as the state goes, because if we we don't want anybody to be poor or to be discriminated against. And we want people to feel valuable. And if you feel valuable, then I think that's they feel like they're trash themselves. That's why they're made to feel this. There's women who just have to have those abortions. They're told that you must be like a man, which is impossible. They're told a woman isn't a woman anymore, technically, as long as a man believes he's a woman or says that he's a woman, technically, even if he hasn't had the change. So I think these women are really, really broken, and they're very insecure, and they feel like they're worthless. So it's hard to have regard for human life or for a baby if you feel like you're worthless. You grew up in a situation where you were made to feel you're worthless. uh it's the I think these women are very, very broken. I think the only way to fix things is just to really protect children, care about children. I think if I was a mother, if I was a teacher, if I know exactly what to do. I know exactly how to teach these kids and what to tell them and what they need so they don't grow up to be broken when they get older. And this is why humans are treating other humans like trash. Though there are people, I believe, at the top who are bullies. That they're exactly like the bullies I knew in the schoolyard. And what they do, they come and they beat you up and take your money. It's like, and then they say you have first world problems, or it's because you call it it's because people are hoarding or they're deplorers, they're whatever the names of the hate, to feel the hate, more and more people are just breaking up in groups and hating each other. I think there's that one group up there, and the more power they wield, the stronger they feel they're going to be. But they don't realize that in communism and fascism, you can only have so many leaders. They need a lot of you to break other people.
Yeah.
But you can only have so many leaders. And I say, study up on the brown shirts, the Night of the Long Knives, Mao and his Red Guard and how he took the country down, and Stalin's Red Army, and then Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge, which is another interesting story because he went to college in France, and then when he got out, he basically said, "I hate him." He decided he hated America, and so he embraced the whole Marxism thing, and he hated anybody with glasses. He had glasses. He hated anybody who was educated in the West. So when he went back to the Khmer Rouge, anybody who was pro the West freedom, were slaughtered. And he told the doctors who were educated, and he hated them because they were educated, which is very irrational to say this to the doctors. Basically, to the surgeons in the hospitals, okay, you go into the basement and you do the laundry, and the women are doing the laundry. Okay, now you're surgeons, and if you don't cut up these people, we're going to shoot you. So the women had no choice. They had no choice. They were going to die. Either, they were going to kill this person by cutting them up because they didn't know what to do. Those people were going to die. It's like they're going to get shot if they didn't want to do it. It's you got to read up on what has happened in the world, and it's not. I don't know what they want, but it's like, oh, the government takes care. No, it doesn't take care of you. You don't know about these government. I don't know what they're looking for. I really don't, other than a deep insecurity somewhere in their childhood. They were taught that there was more value to them, that they have something internal about them, and that we can make a happier world. But they have to, if we're just good and kind to each other, there's something in their childhood that there's an insecurity, and the only way they can feel power is to be a bully, and be a bully all the way up to the top. And we know Biden's not home. I mean, we know, to say this said Biden said that. It's like, I think it's like, we can laugh at it, and comedians do make fun of, some comedians that are left do, but it's like, he's not really the one that's running the show here. Osaki twice came out and said, who was president twice, and that was
Yeah.
somebody else. So we always knew who was actually running the show. And Granholm, they asked her if she's the transportation or energy secretary. He goes, "Do you know how much gas is going up?" And she goes, "I don't know the price of gas." And the new press secretary said, "Do you know baby formula?" She laughed too. Then Saki came out and said, "It's because people are hoarding it." Doesn't that sound like girls in school? I say girls because girls in school, they're kind of like bullies, and they,
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls. Yeah, it's like you've got a job running the country, a part of that. I don't know how long it's going to last. Being is what are you going to achieve? They're making more and more money, and whatchamacallit, Nancy Pelosi.
Well, you could argue that part of it is just getting Americans to accept a lower standard of life.
Well, they want us to be a third world country, and they want to live at the top. But that's communism. There's everybody at the bottom, and then there's those at the top, and there's not many at the top.
Well, that's
when people don't realize what's happening.
If Americans accept a lower standard of life, that would make it easier to kind of erase all the borders, because now we have
that's right. That's what leaked Hillary's speech to Wall Street.
Yeah.
I look forward to a world without borders with an uninformed and compliant citizenry. Yeah. I heard that, and I couldn't. Oh my God! I've got to drive this home in my videos. People don't realize. I think people hear, "Oh, that doesn't mean." People just slough that off. That's like my friend who's the only person that comes to visit me once in a while, who's a Democrat, and I try to say, and then Tucker's a racist. It's like you can't. Wait a second. Okay, listen to us. Oh, there's stuff on the shelves. What are you talking? Constantly making excuses for what's going on, and it's like, don't you see? I know you've got a hippie heart in you, because he probably was a hippie. I know he belonged to commune there when he was younger, and that's how he met his wife. But it's like, you can't see, you hate the other side, you hate Trump so much, and that the other side is so racist, that you can't see what's going on. This isn't right. And like people who come over the border, they have family here. They just go and find their family. We don't have baby formula to feed children. Babies are starving. We're sending the formula to the border. We're actually inviting people to the country. It isn't like, come in here and you're going to get. Who wouldn't come here and get everything for free?
I don't know if you saw that
around the country. Who wouldn't? You can't really blame them. But the drug mules are people from all over the world, and so it's like you've got all this money to fly people all over the country. You've taken Section 8 housing away from the poor Americans. Veterans are probably committing suicide more than 22 a day.
I was going to say, one thing I said in the comments that goes into this is that they actually discussed taking medics from the VFW facilities and putting them down in the border to attend to the migrants there. So yeah, they're taking doctors and nurses from the VFW facilities and putting them at the border.
Oh my God. Of course. And see, we find this out. They want us to find this out. This isn't just, they want us to know this. They're letting this out. They want us to know that we as Americans have been selfish. We must endure a lowered standard of living.
Yes.
In which basically everything is going to get taken away. In Russia, when Russia fell, they went to everybody's house and saying, "How many rooms do you have in this house? Okay, you can fit, all these people can come and live here." And so you had a bunch of strangers. You have no idea who these people are. Imagine you have family and young girls or young children, and then, the girls get raped. It's like you have no idea who's living with you, and you must shut up in the corner. Basically, part of doing that, not only are you no longer an individual, you're just a cell in a state. Just like a child is just a bunch of cells in her mother's womb. But you are watched all the time. Everybody had to be eyes and rat out people to the government. That's another reason why. Not only do you own nothing, but you're not a human being. you're watched. What the world?
We've already sort of ingrained these behaviors in people with the lockdowns and the contact tracing and all that stuff.
Yeah, they found out that they're making sure that, of course they were. It's like they have the software. I mean, what do you call it? The F whatever the NSA.
Yeah.
The NSA. We've known that they can track everything. Of course, they've got the capability to do it. Of course, they're doing it. So the piece says here, Nicolae Ceausescu lived in a palace whilst his subjects lived in squalor. These elite career swamp rats like Brandon were probably watching Romania in the 80s and secretly yearned to be like, Brandon is, he started in the Senate in the late 60s or whatever. I mean, he was riding around in convertibles with KKK members, segregationists. That was pretty open. If FDR appointed, why didn't it say that that's why the Democrats are so good, appointed the first open member of the KKK to the Supreme Court. You can imagine what decisions he made. And nobody really, his name was Hugo Black. Who said boo about that? Nobody said boo about that. The Democrats, if the Democrat Party fully accepted that, that means there were a lot of them the entire party was. Why would it's, oh no, we're not like that. Why would you accept that and not say anything about that? He got the Dixiecrats to sign the New Deal by not if you promise not to outlaw lynching in the South, we'll sign it. Be Bob. Amy Joy said, anybody wants to come in and say anything, get it off your chest. I'd love, or it's like some ridiculous, the price is going up and you just want to get it off your chest. That's what I was hoping this live stream was going to be about. Because I really want to do that, a call-in show where people can come in, or you come in, and you don't have to show your face, just like Rob here isn't showing his face. Are you too salmon-y today? Is that it?
Yes. It's like the underside of a fish. Yes.
Black Samurai, would you like to come on?
He says here.
He says here. I can give you if you want to come on, I'll give you the link right here. Anybody wants to come on? Go the link again. Here we go. So if you want to come on, come right on. Because get it out, and you don't have to show your face. You could be just like a call-in. Or you could show your face if you want to. But if you want to just get something off your chest, have at it. That's what I want this platform to be. And if you can like and share and tell people about this, I can grow this platform and people will have a voice. And I'm sure people are very, very frustrated and at their wits' end. I walked to the doctors the other day and I just thought about how they're lying about people. They're destroying children. The color of your skin makes you evil. How could you? What are you doing to children?
That is child.
You're breaking everyone. And it's like, and I was on my way, and like I walked down another hallway to go to another doctor, and I'm like crying. And then I get there, the nurse, it was a guy nurse, and he said, he asked me some questions, and I go, what happened to love trumps hate? I'm sorry, I'm crying. I just can't. So I ended up talking to him for a few minutes. It's like, I think that I'm doing pretty well. And then all of a sudden it's just like, because I've endured so much, I was thinking, well, I can handle it. But no, what's happening is nothing is getting fixed. The shortages, children are going to grow out. If they don't have this formula and they need it for allergies or health issues, we know we have the problems of first world countries. Well, we're going to have the problems of third world countries. Infant mortality rates, children growing up with physical issues, mental issues, that because they didn't get proper nutrition when they were young, they starve. America's is gonna know what it's like to starve. And children are going to grow up with birth defects. They want us to know what it's like. They're not going to know what it's like. Mm-hmm. It's because they've decided to jump on that bandwagon and become bullies, and to break us. Somehow there's something noble in that for teaching us what. And if you are African American, or if you are a minority, but you're on the wrong side of the political spectrum, you're going to suffer too. Yeah. Because you've betrayed your race or your religion or your part, whatever it is, or your gender. What is gender? I don't even know what gender is anymore. All I can see is this. They're breaking things so much that the pieces can't be put together. The children are already broken. I mean, the children in Europe wouldn't realize this is going on in Europe. But look what they're doing here. Oh, I'm not against anybody of any sexual orientation. That's not it. But, it doesn't matter what sexual orientation you are. If you hear that something is going on in schools, yeah, and they're being taught, and you are inclined, if you like a certain, age, you're going to be employed amongst that age. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, are you going to give all the money back to the Catholic Church? Hey, where's Bono on? Oh, wait a second. Bono flew around with Cardinal McCarrick, the one who was accused of, and they apparently did a lot of stuff to a lot of little boys. And he was being, protected at the Vatican. And Bono would fly him over and pull him out at concerts saying, everybody give a standing ovation to Cardinal McCarrick. Oh my God, that guy is so twisted. He is so twisted. Remember, it's like, oh, in the name of love, talking about Martin Luther King and JFK, and you thought, oh, he cares. He wants to end the war. And then he is so corrupt. And how can you, Cardinal McCarrick, you know what this guy is accused of? You know what he did. What the heck are you doing? You're normalizing something, aren't you? I was like, you can't. You're just like they say the Catholic Church attracted, a certain type of person who is a man who is, and if guys were married, if they could marry, this might not, or if women could become priests, because it's much lower among women. It's much rarer to find a woman like that. Are you going to give the money back to the Catholic Church? I don't understand this. You're normalizing this, and there's more jobs. They say that it happened in the Cub Scouts, the Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, even Protestants. This situation has happened among different Jews and Protestants, different religions, but the Catholic Church had the most money. But you see, what happens is these people get attracted to these jobs where they're working directly with children. Mm-hmm. I mean, and they're going to be teaching a particular activity that the children have to practice. Who would be attracted to that job? I certainly wouldn't be. I was like, oh my God, how can you force me to do this? They will find this on their own. I'm going to tell you, this is something they don't need to master. This is something no human being needs to master. It started with Kinsey. Well, not started with Kinsey, but Kinsey, remember Hollywood made a movie about Kinsey, starring Meryl Streep. And remember how she praised, what's his face, who did the piano, Roman Polanski. The 13-year-old girl's mother wanted her to get into acting, and so he gave her alcohol and drugs, and he sodomized her.
It's funny. I heard a clip of Quentin Tarantino. It had to have only been a few years ago, but Quentin Tarantino was like, "Yeah, that 13-year-old girl was into it."
Yes, and was it Whoopi Goldberg said of course, Meryl Streep said it was great, and then Whoopi said, "Oh, it wasn't rape." And she was in it because she wanted to do it because she wanted to be a movie star. But if she wanted to do it, you wouldn't have had to give her drugs and alcohol.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had to knock her out so you could sodomize her. Seriously. It's like, obviously, I don't get the anatomy of a woman, the reason why he sodomized her. I mean, of course it's rape. All these people are crazy. All these people are sick. They are. They're all sick, and they're defending it. Why are you defending it? Because they'll destroy your career. They'll destroy your name. You won't have any more money. You sold your soul to the devil. I was like, of course, Whoopi, maybe she's not that smart. Oh, I know you could say that, but how could she not know that the extermination of the Jews wasn't racist? Oh, it wasn't racist. Oh, it was white people. You people work it out. Oh my God. Oh, if that was Trump, they would have hung him, drawn, quartered him, and burned him alive as often as possible. I mean, they couldn't kill him enough. I mean, oh my God. Of course, she's a Democrat. It doesn't matter her race. She's a Democrat. She can get away with it. They're gonna pull out, what's his face? The guy in American Beauty. What's his face?
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
He was a master impressionist. He was so good. Oh my God. The what do you call it? Marlon Brando. Like he did such good impressions. It was unbelievable. But Hollywood's gonna pull him back in. If it's like, once this is all normalized, you can come back. Just go away for a little while.
I heard, I don't know this for a fact, but like 4 guys who accused him are now dead.
Oh my God! You shouldn't even say that. Oh my God! I haven't heard that. That's terrible. Oh my God!
But yeah, I was going to say about Meryl Streep. Yeah, she also.
I've not heard that at all. That's, oh my God.
Meryl Streep called Harvey Weinstein God.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's with the plastic surgery. I saw, as it turns out, Joan Collins and the who was in Somewhere in Time, Jane Seymour. Oh, I hear that Christopher Reeves, those love scenes, they were real. I mean, they were really into each other. It wasn't acting. So so I've got that movie on DVD. So I'll watch that again soon. But she also didn't get plastic surgery. Apparently, they're both, her and Joan Collins. They're both English. They're growing old naturally. Oh, I saw a clip of that. I didn't watch the Oscars. I don't even have. I can't afford cable. But I saw a clip of it. I'm going, that's a freak show with the Botox and the plastic surgery. They look horrible. I'm going, oh my God, because I was called, the movie they're filming in my town was called I thought somebody was joking. I thought they were trying to make a fool out of me. And they called me and said, oh, we want you to come in tomorrow to be the stand-in for the lead actress or actor. I said, oh, I've got to work tomorrow. And I'm going, oh my God. And that job was garbage. I mean, it was really terrible. And the owner and it was awful. But I'm going, and then the guy who was dating goes, what did you just do? And I go, and I forgot because I had signed up to be an extra for another movie that came into town, and I just forgot all about it. I didn't know there was another movie that came into town, and I would have known.
This is where you are now?
What?
This is where you are now?
Same town, yeah.
Okay.
And because there was somebody that I knew that I was friends with that I broke contact with because he was much older and becoming a lech. And I kind of said, oh, I kind of don't want to, and he got drunk and smoked a lot. And it's like, I was really just hanging out as we were just friends. I was saying, look, we'll be friends for the rest of our lives. People you date can come and go, but friends will stay friends. But he wanted something else. So I kind of broke. And I go, what? If I was still in contact with him, I would have known the movie. Another huge motion picture came into town. Huge. And I didn't want to say the lead actress's name. That's when I was I dyed my hair blonde, which I'll never do again because it destroyed my hair. But yeah, she was blonde and I was blonde at the time. I'm going, oh my God. I was like, and it's a good part because they said when I lived in California, somebody that I knew there that was into acting, was, he said to me, oh my God, that would be perfect because they film you, everybody looks at you, everybody watches you. And you take that, you get SAG points, you go further. And he goes, and he was like gaga over me in California, but I wouldn't let him kiss me, Um, and he goes, that's you would have been. And I'm going, well, life has been hell though. It's what might as well be rich and be an outcast and be poor, or just take the money and go invest it wisely and get out of Hollywood before they became too, or if the crazy orgy cocaine parties that I heard about, mountains of cocaine, and that whatchamacallit, that new, is he congressman? And he's like young, he's in his teenage. I think his name's Holden Caulfield.
Madison Cawthorn.
Madison Cawthorn. I hear that name. Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye is the only thing I can think of. But he said that they invited him to a party with cocaine and or orgy, and he says everybody has blackmailed everybody else. And that's just like this isn't new revelation. I'm saying when that
the reaction, then they started a blackmail campaign against him, which proved him right because they wouldn't bother trying to
exactly. But we knew about this already when we found out about the NDAs that had to be signed by the interns.
Yeah.
And the money that at the time, that was what, 2016, $18 million were paid out.
Yep.
And I think these people you're re-electing them to the House and the Senate to make your laws, and you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are, and nobody's saying a word, and you think, no wonder why they fought Trump. No wonder why they're not helping us. They're not doing anything for us. They're all in the same club. I think there's a few that are not, but the majority of them are all in the same club, and they have blackmail evidence on each other, but they're all the same. I heard years ago that they go out, they pretend they don't like each other for us. And then when they go out at night, they go to the same bars and they schmooze and they have the same hookers. We don't realize that. So we're not surprised when things happen that the money doesn't go to help us. Where does the money go? States are holding money from COVID. Billions of dollars are holding. And what do? They're giving the judges, the representatives, the House and the Senate of each state, not just the judges, but they're the people, the whole team that worked for them, the clerks, they all got raises. Everybody got raises, but they will not with temporarily stop the tax on gasoline just to make it a little bit less, but they're holding on to these billions and they're giving each other raises.
And let me tell you about these tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine. It is not possible to move those kinds of sums of money across the world and have it arrive at its intended destination for its intended purpose without building up some sort of infrastructure over the course of months or years. So somebody has their hands in the cookie jar.
Of course. We took down Ukraine. We put the guy in office, the president in office. Apparently, one side was for 14 years, or past 8 years, 14,000 people were bombed near Russia. I mean, there's a conflict going on, and that's but why Hunter got the job at Burisma, and he was getting paid $83,000 a month. I mean, this is, and he was paying for all of his father's expenses. Mm-hmm. So it didn't look like it went to the father. The corruption is unbelievable. I mean, if there was a way, which I don't think there is, so don't, if anybody's listening that doesn't like what I'm saying, but look, people don't realize you're not at the top. All these people who are taking people down, you're not at the top. You are, you watch out, because you think you're going to be safe if you do the bidding, and you don't realize that, look, you find out that they're lying. You know that they've been lying to you. Everything they've said is like, you can't trust what they've said. They said you can't trust this, the other side, or Trump. It's them that's making the lies. Who is it? Who's lying about the other?
Mm-hmm.
And why? So if you're adhering to this, and if you research yourself what happened in these communist countries, research the takedown of America is exactly that. And what happens to the people at the lower levels, there's very few that will be on top. And I say this because I care. I really care about people. I really care about the future of the world, not just this country. I'm not so vain than that. My friend, I said, look, I said, what do you think about this or that? And he always keeps making excuses. He can't see what's really happening. And I'm saying, look, what I would rather have is, I would rather be wrong. It would be better.
Yes.
This is the party that's in power. I would rather have been wrong about Trump and everything else, and have the right power. Everything was on the up and up. The right party is in power. They're really trying to help the American people. They're really, because even if it's not me that benefits, I'm thinking about all the other people. Because if it's the wrong party, then a lot of people get hurt. But I really, even when Obama got elected, I said, you know what? He's very smart. And I'd say, people, he's so intelligent. Even though he doesn't have the expertise, maybe he will figure out a smarter way and better way of doing it. Notice how they use the word smarter all the time. Better way of doing it. And I was still hoping. I didn't fight. I didn't riot. I was hoping I was wrong. I mean, you read the tea leaves because you have a vast experience of education and knowledge, which unfortunately people don't seem to know everything. That's why they're easily duped. But I was hoping I was wrong. But it just, for the sake of everybody, you want the best for everybody. And wouldn't it be such a relief if we were all wrong and they were actually working for our good?
Yeah.
And they're fighting against an evil, and it really was. But they're not. I mean, wait a second. But they want us to know this. That's why they let this stuff out. Otherwise, nothing would be let out. They laugh in our faces when they had, wait a second, can you help us? A lot of people, seems like they don't even know that he closed. Was it 5 more, or
the oil
of drilling for gas and oil?
leases.
They keep closing it. What are they doing? I mean, what's going to happen is, the next step is, they're not fixing the bridges and the highways. Oh, highways are racist. They don't want us to. We won't be able to afford gasoline. Won't be able to run our car. Only certain people at the top will actually have electric vehicles, which are powered by fossil fuels and create more poisons in the environment, and just as much or more carbon emissions. It's even worse.
By the way, did you hear they had a consortium? The Biden administration had a little consortium about electric powered vehicles, and you guess who wasn't invited?
Oh my God!
Elon Musk.
But I think little by little, we are soon, things that keep going up, we won't be able to afford keeping a roof over our heads either. We'll lose our car, won't be able to get to work, no roof over our heads. The food shortages are going to get worse. I mean, come on, you start with formula right after the abortion thing, that thing came out, and I realized that this happened about the same time as the George Floyd incident, when the riot started. all of a sudden we have this. There may be something else too, by the way, coming. But you have to start that, and you have to put the tyranny and the fear into people. Oh, you better vote, because see, we told you all these years that you vote for those conservatives and they're God people, and they'll get rid of abortion. You have to keep voting us into. We told you. So this is the last thing we have to that we're offering the women is abortion anytime you want to do it, even if the kids running around in the playground. We're just going to extend that line. Part of the I think that these women are scared also is you keep pushing the line and you make babies disposable. Oh, they're dependent. As long as they're dependent, and they know if they're dependent, they have a government who's pushing this that will also take their lives can be taken out too. So if you're pushing this, maybe your mother will say, "You've been rotten to me. I'm going to abort you now." I think they have no idea. They don't feel worth. And if you keep pushing these laws, or you keep pushing this to any time, you can be who's protecting your life? Nobody. If you can kill a baby after it's born, who's protecting? Nobody's be protecting you. We already know what they do to the elderly, and I had to get out of that because I thought, look, unless you're the family, you have no say. I mean, I fought to have, but they she was worse off after, but I fought for her life. And I'm going, I can't, just day and night. That's all I thought about. What if they decide that she's, not going to let her live anymore? And I know she's old. She was old and crazy, but it's like, I couldn't, the thought of killing a human being at any age. I mean, I would fight any of these women. I would fight for their life. I would demand that they have value. They should have respect. They have their being is eternal. They have creativity and love, and they have the capacity of creating life. What God trusted women to create life. I mean, isn't that to hold the most vulnerable child in your womb? It's the place where a child should be the most protected and the most loved. God trusted you to create that child, or feed that child, or raise that child, to love that child, so that child can go off into the world and make the world a better place. I mean, the great task, or great career profession that was given to mothers and parents to create. There's nothing that's going to heal the world more than if you put whole children back into the world. And that begins with parents that may not be able to give their child everything. They may be very poor, but it's the love and it's the interaction of the parents, and the parents speaking to the child at a young age, and teaching them at a young age. During World War II in England, they said, it would be better if we take these children away from the parents and put them in the country with other families, so they're not hearing the bombs and the fear, and also not knowing if they were going to eat or not eat. Do you know, right before the war, they told everybody to kill all their pets? Did you know that? Nope. There was almost 800,000 pets that were killed in one day. I'm like, oh my God. The Queen's dogs weren't killed. But I can imagine her father would say, yeah, you got to have your dogs killed. I doubt that he would have agreed to that. That was like something I don't need to hear this. Oh my God, that was just awful. Anyway, they put these kids with families where they'd be fed, and they would be living in the country, in a warm house, in a warm bed. And the children that fared better were the children mentally who were stronger, who stayed with their parents in bombed out buildings, who didn't know when their next meal was going to come from. But the children who were sent away from their family are the ones that they couldn't deal with it. So when you say they're poor, oh, what about the poor minorities? That's why you must have the abortion clinics there. They don't have the money. Well, and apparently a certain party hasn't helped them, because only a certain party has been running those cities for at least some 80 years. They haven't helped you, and they're not going to help you. But the idea that because a child is poor, or they don't have clean clothes, or one set of clothes, they do better, or they don't know if they're going to eat today, with their parents, their loving parents, even though the bombs are going off. I think that study says a lot. And the excuse of poverty just doesn't cut it when you hear that study. It is the greatest job that God has given us to do, because it is in our efforts that will come back to us and come back to the world and make the world a better place. If that's the goal, is to lower the population of the world to make the world a better place, this isn't helping. And the idea of when I heard some women, liberal, well-educated women, professors,
beautifully
speak about what was that?
I'm doing H.A. Goodman again.
Oh, okay, but speak about where they were taught the question of the Phoenicians used to sacrifice their babies on the fire, and it was, like the Aztecs and all the other civilizations in South America. The idea had not come into the world for the sanctity of human life. That came in with misogynist Christianity, by the way. The idea college wasn't even there. The idea that you could understand God's creation, study that was not in all those genius pagan religions. And the whole idea of all that stuff came in with Christianity.
Yeah.
So that's why you could sacrifice people, children and people. There was no end to it, because there was no sanctity for human life. So they said, well, the reason why they did, and it wasn't really the parents saying yes, it was the priests and their particular belief system that they were born into through no fault of their own. They said, well, because they know that there isn't always enough food, so they had to sacrifice the babies, because they had to control the population. That was their way of controlling the population. So you're actually rationalizing this heinous act. You're rationalizing it. That's a human sacrifice. And they say, oh, somebody was saying, oh, the demonic child sacrifice. They're screaming about wanting to keep child sacrifice. Well, it is. It's exactly what it is. That's this idea in what do you call it? Higher education, academia, that why, to rationalize why civilizations did, because there was no sanctity of human life. That people were born into a certain religion, and they had to, whatever their priest said, their leader, their king said, had to be done. And even no matter how they felt about it. And their understanding is the Phoenician people didn't like it. This was something that they weren't into, but they had no choice, because they weren't the rulers. So you see, that rationalization it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make the world a better place. Raising wonderful, whole, unbroken children that are taught to respect themselves, that they're sacred, that they have value, that they deserve an education, they deserve happiness, they deserve somebody that's going to treat them well, and you treat them well. I mean, then you create more people that are going to figure out all the things that elude us, that are breaking our society. How to feed everybody, how to lower the population. Respect yourself. don't be like a man. If you're women, you think you're better than men. They say that but at the same time, you want to be like a man. But a man is very callous. Some men are. They can go from flower, like a bee goes from flower to flower to flower, but the flower never goes from bee to bee to bee. They can do this. You can't. You're not built in any way, whether it was by a god or natural process. Your hormones, what's pushing you every day is all the cycle to 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 bring new life into the world. That's what's pushing you. You can only be the best person you were born as. I mean, don't try to be who you're not. But is anybody out there who is it's like Caitlyn Jenner did. It was a long life. She knew what she was doing. You know what I mean? She knew what she was doing. She talked to a lot of people. This wasn't an overnight thing, clearly. It's I say case by case basis, but don't if a woman you want to remain what you were born a woman, don't be like a man. I mean, don't be callous like it. If you find fault with that, don't embrace it because it's so great that they can just go have sex with a bunch of people with no consequences. They don't even know they have a sexual transmitted disease until they give it to a woman. It's completely different. You see, a woman gets pregnant, a man doesn't. A woman knows man is asymptomatic, a woman is an incubator. So if the man has something, it incubates. So use protection. Do these simple things, and at least we got a lot of people on board. Okay, we can come together at this. Clinton, oh, he's great. We can come safe, legal, and rare. And people say, all right, okay, well, he does these things, but he's probably a good president. So people kind of said, okay, we can kind of live as long as it's under extenuating circumstances. Everybody's trying their hardest not to just get pregnant. People kind of thought that was a very kind of pacified a lot of people. Not everybody, but some people did. And they thought, oh, that's rational. But it's gone out the window. Not when, I mean, there's nobody that's living on the island. Oh, I got pregnant and I've been on the island for 10 months. This is the baby. I didn't want it. I mean, we're living in America. And it's you can buy the day after pill at CVS. I mean, I know there's always extenuating circumstances. If you might have been, raped by a family member, you might have been raped, or maybe your health, you might die if you have the child. I mean, there are these situations that we're not talking about those situations, but it's like try your best. If you want to have unprotected sex, you might get a disease that might last forever and one that might kill you. But if you are okay with that, at least don't put yourself through an abortion. It's not a sacred right. It's awful. Don't do it. And if you really want to have kids, you can only have so many abortions until you no longer can have any more abortions. So even if that's something you feel I'm going to do in the future, it's not a form of birth control. Go after the birth control and keep yourself protected. Don't do this to yourself. You don't just. That's for women, men, girls, boys. They need to be taught. They don't deserve to go through all this stuff and to have to legalize it at any point, even after birth. Just don't put yourself through this. Make it if you want it. Most people would say safe, legal, and rare. Okay, women need because there's extenuating circumstances, safe, legal, and rare. The women feel that they're going, if it's made illegal, then and they say, oh, I was raped or this or that happened. They'll say, no, we don't think it is. But who did it? DNA can tell you. But I bet they'll say, well, they can, as we know, maybe they'll change the evidence. I mean, all these stories have been fed to women, and they read The Handmaid's Tale, And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. And God isn't going to come out of the sky. I don't think the end of the world is close. Though it would be nice to think that Jesus is coming back. But I don't feel that happening. And we keep saying to ourselves, we live in America, and this is not going to happen. We live in America. This can't happen. This is somebody is going to come out and say, this isn't right. You shouldn't be treating people like this. Come on, let's get the fertilizer going. Let's pump out the petroleum so we can make our own. Most people don't even know that fertilizer is made out of petroleum products. Plastic is. Go to a hospital, everything you see is freaking, even cars are made of plastic. You can't stop pumping the oil. You just can't. Everything will fall. China will fall. How about that? And I don't think Xi Jinping is going to want that to happen. So it's a lie that they've told everyone. They have no idea how much they've been lied to. But it's like, who's the voice? Why are our leaders coming out and saying, this is crazy, stop doing this? You shouldn't be telling people this. You shouldn't be teaching children this. If people had a sense of value, of that they were valued and were taught to respect themselves and to be good to each other and be good to yourself, just these little things, those simple things. Children, if we were only taught this, there'd be so many less broken people in the world. I think to myself, if I was raised differently, I would be extremely successful. I mean, if I wasn't beaten down the way I was, I think, well, I would be a great, because I would say this to my daughter or my son. I would all these things that it's very simple what we need to give children, but where are our leaders? Where are the noble people that want America and the idea and ideals of America, what it stands for? Why aren't they coming out and saying, this is wrong, stop this? Now, come on, you have to start pumping that oil. You're going to be killing everyone. People are going to die because of this. And if you haven't said anything for a while there.
Well, the problem, especially for people in power, I do think there are a handful of good people in Washington, D.C.
Well, a handful, but not enough. Look at what they did. The money went there, and we're starving here.
Yeah.
It's our babies don't have formula. It's like,
the corruption is, see, this is the thing. The corruption is so vast that you can't begin to talk about it without sounding like a wingnut, because people automatically think you're Alex Jones. They're putting the fertilizer, and they're canceling the gas leases, and they're sending the baby.
We already know. The thing is it's not a conspiracy. It's not somebody telling us, hey, that's not happening. We're seeing it. Even Democrats are seeing it. Even what do you call it? Was it somebody at CNN? I read an article online about the formula. Is complaining about the formula. They're starting to see this. So it isn't. This is really not they can say whatever they want. They're just up. They're not doing a damn thing. And I can imagine every day they just sit there and shoot the shit every morning, and say, how can we terrorize the American people today? I mean, it's like you might as well be back in grade school or back in junior high or middle school or high school. This is the kind of tyranny that bullies and mean girls did. And if they're watching me, they're probably laughing their heads off. I know exactly what to do to her. I know how to break her completely. I think there's some decision making and some that they're not doing anything at all. I mean, but where are our leaders? There's shortage. The adults are not in the room at all. Trump did so much while getting impeached twice, while getting investigated and having to pay all these lawyers and stuff. He did so much. It was like he could have done so much more if if they were at least saying, yeah, you're trying to help the American people, you're trying to help people of the world. He didn't dislike people coming on the board. They said, we just want you to come in legally. We have a lot of jobs, and we need you to fill the job, but we want you to come in legally, so we know you're not here to commit crimes. Don't belong to a gang. You're not here to sex. You're not a part of that element. You come here because you want to work hard, because he had so many jobs. He didn't dislike them. I mean, there was a reason why. And the people who wait, I know my brother-in-law, it was years before he became an American citizen, and they couldn't even leave India to come here after they got married. He had to wait a long, but they're still Democrats, had to wait a long time, and fill out a lot of paperwork and take a lot of tests and take a lot of inoculations. He did so much, and where are our leaders? What is it that's so blackmail about you? Look, you have something, they have something on you. Well, you have something on them too. Why don't you come out and say, okay, they said that about me, I'll say something about them, but I want to help the American people, and I'm going to start doing it now. I'm going to start taking action now. That's right. I did that. That's right. And they did this too. You both got something on each other. Like, come out and say, you know what? If Robert C. Byrd changed, that's why they put the bronze statue up of him in the Capitol, the first Black president, and our white, who's friends with segregationists and KKK members, VP, put that statue up of Robert C. Byrd in the Capitol Rotunda. So if he changed, I say all of you can change and help us out. If they've got something on you, you've got something on them. Or even say, you know what, I'm going to step down and I'm going to let this person who you can't blackmail, because I care so much about the American people. This person is going to help you. That's right. I'm blackmailable. Something, you got to do something noble, and we'll admire you so much. King David, for God's sakes, he is a murderer, and he did everything in the book. So did St. Augustine, everything you could think of. And they became, King David is a great prophet. God used him. Augustine became a great saint, though he did everything you could possibly think of. Hopefully not everything. But people really do transform and change. You say, look, we care about the American people. We really do. We care about the people of the world. We want to help everybody. But a rising tide lifts all boats. If America falls, so does everything else. So America's purpose is to reach out and help people, like Trump was doing for South America. He was working with Michael Pompeo, was going up and down from Mexico all the way down to the tip of Chile, meeting with leaders, saying, how can we get rid of the crime in your country? You've got a beautiful country here, which I think people want it to be emptied out so they can go buy that real estate. Yeah, send them all to America and we'll go down there. The weather's beautiful and you got two coastlines going. And they wanted some of this. Look, I don't know what to do. The cartels are so strong. And we were helping them. And that's helping their people. I mean, if you really want to help their people, that's how you do it. He was doing it. And they were shooting at him from all sides and blowing things up. And he was still doing it. I mean, what do you want? Everything's going to fall, and you're just going to sit in your ivory tower and watch everybody starve to death or kill each other in the street? Is really that's the joy you want by sitting up in your ivory tower and not helping anyone? And not standing up and saying, yes, I was wrong, but I have changed and I will help you now. We will stand together and say, that's right. Come on, that's a part of Christianity, which they're trying to they're destroying as much as they can. They don't want us to go to church anymore. I mean, it's crazy. That's what Christianity is based on. It's about redemption. Mm-hmm. That's what it's about, being born again, anew.
I really don't think it was an accident that there was a 10 or 15 year campaign to try to stamp out Christianity as much as possible before this all happened. I got a sense even before
No,
COVID,
it is. It's a
that it was,
slow burn, like with like Roe v. Wade,
yeah,
and what they based it on was what? It's not based on anything. It was a lie. That's because the Democrat lawmakers didn't want. It was so unpopular, abortion. They didn't want to take the responsibility of writing law to legalize abortion, because they wanted to get voted in again. Yet at the same, see how they play both things? It's them that did it. We didn't do it. The justices did it. A bunch of men decided for women's bodies.
yeah.
And they said, no, they'll vote us back into office because we didn't make the law. They're playing both sides. Oh, you have to keep us in office because the Republicans and those people who go to church, they're going to take that right away from you. You don't listen, and they're lying just to get into office. You listen to us. It's a slow burn, and it's generation. I say generation. Every year there's a woman who comes of age, and the women say, oh, you got to vote for Democrats, otherwise they're going to take, the Republicans are going to put you back in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant and take all your rights away, and you're nothing, a woman. And there's countries where women are still not even worth half of a man. Children are also half, but at least boys grow up to be men. And if you're gay, you get killed for just being gay. And there's slavery. There's over 40 million slaves that we know of today in the world. And nobody's being taught. And a lot of them are young girls as sex slaves, and little boys too. Nobody's getting taught this. Nobody's standing up for this. Yet it's Christianity and it's America. What are you talking about? America, the Western world, heinous slavery, but at the same time, just actually, let's say at least maybe 200 million that we know of, that the Barbary pirates took Europeans as slaves, castrated the men. One out of 30 men, out of every 30 men castrated lived. They crucified the men. They tortured them in heinous ways. The women became sex slaves, and when the baby was born, the baby was killed immediately. And they did this also. The African slave trade. They took African women and did this to African men too, and it's still happening right now. It's still happening. Christianity is bad. The Western world is bad. We made it illegal. It's punishable by death to trade in human slavery. Okay, we made it illegal. It was heinous, but there's people all over the world are still suffering from it today. But it started before America or the Western world even existed. Right now in England, they're having a woke problem as well. Sadiq Khan is changing the names of streets. Anything that's named after somebody white, whether they were involved with the colonial, anything, he's changing the names. And Sadiq Khan was a lawyer for people who had terrorist activity. And it's like, wait a second, I know like the history of your particular religion. You say, oh, that's a colonialist people and white slavery, Christian colonial. Wait a second, you had slavery before the Western world did, and you still have it now. And they voted this guy again into office. That is why even in England, people are not being taught the truth. Of course, it's racist to learn the truth, to really learn history. And you think what's happened in London alone, I think people are scared. That's what happens, is they scare people. And if you're scared, you will do a lot out of fear. Even say, oh yeah, you voted for, oh yeah, I'm not bad, I voted for, oh yeah. People's like, don't accuse me of racism. Why did Obama put that statue? Why was he friends with, why did Hillary love Margaret Sanger? Why are they, I don't get this. None of us get this. We know it, and they know we know it, and they don't care.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's not about racism. They could care less about racism. But there are so many people who don't know history and are ignorant of it. They just believe it. That's the problem. They know, and they're propagating lies. They know what they're doing. And why are you not teaching history and the truth? Because everybody would say, yeah, My people have suffered. Your people, we've all suffered. Yeah, I'll tell you about my life. You tell me about your life. We'll support each other. We'll come together as humanity. They don't want that. That's the answer. It's so damn simple. Go ahead. Do you have anything to say? You have a blank look on your face, Rob.
I look like the NPC emoji.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
just said it all beautifully.
Alex Jones was godsend to the left. He made dissent pieces. He made dissenting attitudes look kooky. The left and their stooges in the Operation Mockingbird media have inexorably tied the right to Alex Jones and Q. And I looked into that and I found that was garbage. I'm going, I right away heard it go, I'm not sure. And people were telling you, well, even on sites, on videos, I went, I don't think I'm going to believe this. I looked into it. I said, I came out in one of my videos saying that's not even true. Whoever's doing it is just writing fairy tales. It's not true. God. And he was, Alex Jones said things when it looked like things were happening, but it wasn't full right in front of our faces. As much as it's more than ever. And this is how much, when you've beaten people down so much, you can tell them the truth. And they're still going to do as you might as well be still telling the lies. But the truth has come out and they are still telling the lies. So they're still in that fantasy world, even though the truth is in front of them. This is how much they've been beaten down.
Because for some people, it's their entire value system. It's their entire self-esteem. I feel like, this is going back to the new atheism thing. People had so much of themselves invested in this cause that they didn't want to believe that it was all just BS, that they were conned, basically. And that's the same way I feel about oh, well, you based your whole self-esteem on the fact that you're better than these evil racist Trump supporters.
But like he's just evil. He's just a misogynist. Doesn't matter what he has done or hasn't done. We do, and he's against abortion. Remember how I keep telling you abortion's the bottom line? I've been telling you that for years, Rob. Abortion's the bottom line. They threaten, they hold that over the women's heads and they go crazy to threaten to take abortion away. And what did they do before the elections? Oh, they threatened to take abortion away. We need those riots. And they've already said COVID's coming back in the fall. Even though, Gates said that, he's come out and said another thing. He wrote a book saying, and basically endless lockdowns.
Yeah.
Just having lockdowns, rolling lockdowns that go on forever. And he said that, we were wrong. Everything that they just realized that we knew about it immediately. We just discovered this. You and the scientists, Mr. Intelligence, whose father had an interesting job and belonged to an interesting organization. You just figured this, and you visited your friend who no longer is around anymore. Because his prison guard wasn't watching, Delvecchio.
And his friend's friend was at Hillary Clinton's wedding. Yes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. But Trump. You can see they can't really go down that road because he saw Epstein with underage girls brought them to his Mar-a-Lago. I mean, when you have it's true. You have a whole, rich people come to, they pay to be there. And then he saw him bringing underage girls that were dressing not their age. And he went to court immediately and had him barred from all his properties. That's why they really can't hang this on Trump, because he's the only one who went to court years ago to stop him. The first time he saw that's wrong. he likes women in the double digits.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't like this. That's not his thing at all. That's crazy to him. He's a real man. I mean, he's a man that really likes women being women, and he likes his meat and ice cream, which I know vegans don't like, and I'm primarily vegetarian myself. But the guy's good. The guy. I think the guy is better than I am. I really.
Yeah, well, they've been investigating him for 5 years and haven't found anything. When you're trying to hang up a guy for paying for his CFO's granddaughter's college tuition, they tried to nab him on that like that was some sort of a crime. If you're scraping that bottom of the barrel, they really
I know, and they
even
want
asked,
some.
you know this. They once they asked Julian Assange, they asked why don't you ever release any dirt on Donald Trump, and Julian Assange said because there isn't any. So
isn't that well? That's why. Oh, he must have been working for Trump. They found that's why every single day $10,000 a day they're taking away. They wanted to make him broke. That's what they're doing. They want to make him broke. They're slowly so he won't have. Remember, he paid for his primary, to get nominated. He paid for the whole thing. He didn't ask for any donations. Now he's not going to have a penny. He's not going to have a penny left to fight for anything they do to him in court either. They're taking everything away. I mean, for nothing. And we know the crimes. We know the crimes that the others have done, and we know that there are lies. People have to wake up. That how can you believe people that have been lying to you when you find out it's a lie? Oh, because they tell me what it is that's so bad about him. What did he do for the minorities when he was in office? Yes, he lost one segment of the vote. That's right. He lost the white male vote.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you're right. Racists did vote for him the first time because they went and voted for Biden the second time. Do you understand this? Because they thought, oh, he must be racist. Not all white men, but minorities went up more than any other conservative, which they look like all the same party to me. And so, you better vote, Mitch McConnell, you better vote us back into office because we're more sane. You liar. You hate Trump. Somebody run against all these people, please. And get, if we can, drain the swamp. It's I know it's hard to get these people out of office, but why are these people still? And they're up there, Schumer and the threats to the justices. It's like we are the peasants, and they say that Marie Antoinette never said let them eat cake. That's a lie. She actually was killed on trumped up charges. And she was a very, very generous to the poor, a very loving mother, helped, little poor, and say, oh, that little boy, I'm going to take care of him. She actually was not what they painted her to be. It's very sad. But that's what they're looking at us as. They are up there in Versailles, and they're looking down at us and basically, let them eat cake. That's what they're saying to us. And they don't care. They don't want to help us. We know that. They don't know what they're doing. Buttigieg didn't know how to run South Bend. And it is like that African American people didn't like him at all. He wasn't helping them at all. But they had to give him, see, we have all these token people working for us. We clearly are not homophobic or racist or xenophobe, anything Trump is. We are not any of that. Look at our administration. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I like when they got whatever Ketanji Brown. Again, just like the specification, we need a black woman. So not only was he saying that
that's against trans.
Well, yeah, that too. But not only is he saying that a white person would not be considered, he's also saying that an Asian person would not be considered.
Yeah,
An
that's right.
Hispanic person would
Or
not
a
be considered.
Muslim woman, or a woman, or a trans Muslim woman who
Yeah.
couldn't be trans in her own country, but is trans here and would be a wonderful, wonderful justice. I mean, you have no idea. I know you have no. It's because it's the Democratic Party. It's always been about race.
Mhm.
When you start with
Well, okay, I would
it's always been. They've always hated certain religions. They've always hated certain peoples. It always. So why would it be any different?
Well, I think in America, the race issue is the easiest one to sort of divide and conquer.
Yeah, but
Because
they've
they
been
do.
propagating abortion forever, trying to exterminate certain populations, and they vowed to keep it going. And even though these women hear about this, they go, "Oh, but it was a good thing. It's a good." Well, we've disconnected ourselves from the racist element. We need to do this, but you are exterminating. I mean, if if uh if they say that before not civil rights, before welfare was passed, and for all these abortions, and they said, look, to get welfare, the father can't be in the home. The black family was, or African of descent, of particularly of slaves. Say African descent because Obama's of African descent. He's not of he has no ancestors that were slaves in America. And his grandmother was a typical white woman whose white grandparents took care of him. His father took off immediately, went back to Africa, went back to Kenya, and his mother basically was a no-show mother either. And his typical white grandmother crossed the street like a typical white person when a black person was on the other side of the street. He's put that out there because he needed to show that he was a victim of racism too. But if she didn't like her grandson, she would not have raised him. And whether that happened or not, I don't know. But he said it happened, or it could have happened for a different reason. He was a little kid. You know what I mean? It could be that that's a white person that I think I'll cross the street for, and that's another person I'm protecting my little boy. It's like, I don't think it's because of racism, because she's trying to protect her grandson, whatever it was, or maybe she needed to cross the street at that very moment. If that actually happened, and you're a little boy, there could be many reasons, but to say that, because he had to say, I've suffered like you, people who were victims of racism, he had to say that. It's I don't know. I know that they know what the truth is. We all know that they know that the ones on top do know the truth. They're just using it. It's just using it, and they're depending on our uninformed, and to get the fact that we don't know, we are uninformed, because they're lying to us. They're not teaching history, and our compliance comes from the lies. Oh, that's right, you're protecting us. It's like there's a certain amount of population that is ignorant and been beaten down. Ignorant meaning they were lied to and not taught history. And if I had kids, there's no way they would go to public school. No way on God's green earth. My God, you don't know how to like expose your kid to that. I just can't. But even if they're going to probably put out a law saying you can't teach your kids at home. You know that. That's the next thing coming. But there's no formula. How many children are going to survive? How many babies are going to survive without birth defects? Without, that maybe even die of allergies. I mean, when you withhold the food, we know what's going to happen. You start withholding the food or sending the food to other places. I see some of it. Well, I won't even say. We know in the news where it's been going. It's been publicized. This isn't disinformation. We know. They know we know it. And we know the outcome of not feeding your babies, and the outcome of not feeding your children. And the outcome of prices raising and not being able to keep a roof over your head or clothe yourself, We know the outcome of these things, and there'll be a lot of new housing. So if you've got people coming in from we know they're coming in from all over the world. We know that. That they're replacing the population. And they're letting the drugs come in so people overdose. And they don't care. They're not even trying to stop people from overdosing. Now it's like, okay, we can't stop the drugs from coming in the country, but we're going to reach out to people and we're going to, hey, you deserve to live. You're valuable. I'm sure you've got talent. There was a world, people, you thought the liberal idea is that they reached out to the poor, people who were on drugs, whatever. Anybody, if they, you stopped and you said to them, or you shouldn't bully this person, or you kind of try the idea of trying to lift people out of their where they are, to save lives, to try to save as many lives as possible by telling them how valuable they were and they deserve respect. And I bet you could go to school and you get your education. Yes, she was a mother and she was on drugs and she tried to commit suicide, but she got a grant. We gave the woman's grant to her and she went to college and now she's got this job. She's helping other women. You used to hear stories like that once in a while. Not enough, but you still heard them. But the whole idea of saving these lives is gone. Mm-hmm. Of saving whose lives? They say, oh, people in Ukraine's lives are, which they are. I do believe anybody's coming with their lives, unless you're a gang member and you're here to, get sex slavery or bring drugs that will kill other people. I mean, okay, that's one side of the coin and the other. But it's like they don't value us at all, and we know it. They know we know it. We know when the whole climate thing. And people don't think, do you know what carbon is? Do you know they're sucking carbon out of the air? This big machine, and they're giving the carbon they suck out of the air to certain farmers are getting carbon. So they're actually taking the nutrients. And that was before the fertilizer shortage. Isn't that interesting? They had that. They're sucking it out of the air. Only certain farmers are getting it. GMO seeds, you have to buy the seeds. Farmers in India are committing suicide. They can't take this world. They don't understand this. What the hell is going on? Oh, aren't they minorities? Oh, yeah, they're minorities, I think. And they're not Christian, I think. But you notice how they did that? And then all of a sudden we got this fertilizer shortage. And it was a couple months ago, I heard that the fertilizer was $200 per season. Now it's $900. And just to fill the diesel in the tractors to fertilize, put down the seed, whatever, that they can't afford either because the diesel has quadrupled. Because it's crude, it's a byproduct and it's dirty. What? So that means less truckers will be on the road. That's great. Farmers won't be able to plant their crops, water, fertilizer. What do you think happens there? You can't do this. Nobody's going to get food. There's going to be nothing distributed around the country. Diesel is very important. You can't tell people to not drive the truck. And they know we know this. They know we know this is, but not everybody's they are getting this information. Not everybody's getting it. And it's going, once they realize what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. We'll just sit here and die because there's no food. We'll just sit here and die. And there's no fertilizer. We can't even we can't afford to grow our own food. There's no fertilizer. We have to buy the seeds. Our farmland's being bought up. Farmers can't afford to keep their farmland. And they'll be selling it to people who are billionaires or other countries. They've got a lot of money.
I met a person.
What's happening? What?
I met a person in real life, actually, who was telling me, like, back around 2006 or something, he knew a guy who had a farm in Arkansas, and I think the Department of Agriculture just came around just shot all of their cattle and said you can't raise cattle on this land. And that was something that went into effect like during the Obama administration. So if there is some like attack on America's farms, it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, well, I've heard for a while now that a certain country has been buying up our farmland, and there's a certain billionaire that's buying up our farmland too. So what do? That's controlling who gets food and who doesn't get food. We're not going to get the food. They're basically impoverishing the farmers. So if they can't grow, and then they have to sell the farm because they're impoverished, and then who buys the farm? Not anybody that's going to grow food for us.
Yeah,
that's for sure. It's like Democrats need to wake up and sound the alarm. Whoever you thought the Democrat Party was, it's not.
Oh, let's not forget draining the strategic oil reserves and sending.
Oh yeah, that helps. And now there's no oil to go to war. I mean, if somebody attacks us, we don't have the oil. And also, we're sending all our military equipment to Ukraine. We're actually being depleted.
Yeah.
So we are leaving ourselves in a like sitting ducks. For somebody, I've been saying this for years. There's a certain country that's just waiting to walk in and take. We own it. We actually own it. You owe us so much money, and we bought a lot of your land. We're taking over. It's going to happen soon, and it's not. We know that this isn't a lie. We know it's happening. We're seeing it unfold every day. They know we're seeing it, and if you can just foresee down the line, I saw it like 20 years ago. It isn't hard. These little things. Guess what's going to happen, and that's where fear. True, you get. Thinking about it, I got afraid. You tell people, and you can see so much down the line. Say, oh, what do you think? If that's not true, that isn't happening. If this happens, then this happens. This is the direction that you're going in. It's kind of obvious, but now it's very clear. I think to more people, even you, Rob, can see what's happening. I don't even need to convince you anymore.
If a lowly buffoon like me can
see this, that it's in front of her, but it's in front of her. It's like it's right on the news. And even CNN is waking up, which is saying CNN is waking up.
Well, CNN, that's another thing. CNN is going to be under new ownership. So that's another propaganda outlet of the Democrat Party that might be taken away from them.
It's
like Twitter.
Elon, I love you so dearly. You're the love of my life. Please.
Okay, well, I see.
I'll tell you what to buy, and you just go buy them. Not for me, for the world.
I see where I stand now, but I really.
Elon Musk. He likes some. What does he call it? He married. His wife's like 20 years old.
Grimes?
Yeah, I'm a little too old for.
Yeah, and he gave his kid.
No, we won't tell him that. I'm 15, 16. Come get me when I'm 18. I mean,
and his children's names are random strings of numbers and letters. Yeah.
You're joking.
No.
Oh my God. I do love numbers. Why can't they all be numbers? I have a passion for numerology. Really, Elon. Remove the letters, keep the numbers. Seriously.
Okay, what was it? Oh, but I was gonna say, I think this is I think of course I know for a fact there's a whole lot of corruption. At the same time, I think there is sort of that base level resentment of a guy like a Donald Trump waltzing into Washington, or a guy like Elon Musk buying Twitter. Do you know that scene in Citizen Kane where he says, it would be fun to run a newspaper, and the guy says it would be fun to run a newspaper? That's sort of what I think they're up against. They don't like the people who are against them don't like the fact that these sort of inexperienced people are just sort of, well, the people who haven't paid their dues in politics per se are waltzing in, and
because he just waltzed into. That's what I said. This is why one of the reasons he never ran for office, and he wins and waltzes right.
And ends up doing their job better than they did.
Yeah, that's right. that's what the attorney I used to work for said, because I worked for it's white. They said white educate people with degrees hate me is because I end up doing their job better than them.
Yeah.
Because what I do is it's like necessity breeds invention, and it's kind of like you just figure out what's the best way to do it, because you can see that this is a bad situation is a coming, and so you foresee what's necessary and how to do it, and so you just learn everything you just go and you learn everything you possibly can on your own, and you think and think and think of the solution. And he even told me I should be an attorney. He goes, you think like you'd be a great attorney. The way you think is like the arguments that you lay out. He was like, I said, oh, I'm not going to go to school to be an attorney. I was like, there's too many attorneys. I know, I probably should have gone.
Peace asks an interesting question here. Feline or Rob, do you think we're close to a nuclear holocaust?
Oh my God, closer than we've ever been before.
Remember,
Putin knows that we're arming Ukraine. I'm sure we're even there. I mean, like, he knows that. We are already fighting Russia.
And we are
already doing it.
We have a demented meat puppet who's bragging about seizing the property of private Russian citizens while joking about it. While saying kleptocracy.
You know who did that? Stalin.
Yeah.
Come on, that's what they did when they took over, and that's what Mao did. That's what all these communist countries did. They seized the land from everyone. So so are we going to do that to Russia now? We're going to depose Putin and do that to Russia? Is that what we're doing? I think that sounds kind of dangerous. But we don't know. Of course, what he says, a lot of what he says isn't just out of his head, because he's reading a teleprompter. He might not be saying it as eloquently as Obama had said things, like when Aretha said, we all remember when she said RSPT. I mean, because the teleprompter, TOTUS misspelled it. So you can see, I guess I thought of that. He was eloquent. Sometimes it was not eloquent other times. But Biden is reading.
Yes.
It's
and not even doing it well.
Yeah, he's not doing it well, but not everything he says. I'm not. What he says is in all out of his head. It's out of somebody else's head who's writing this. He doesn't know, just keep saying Biden said this, the Biden administration this, or Biden, how could Biden, stop saying this. Like the newscaster, stop saying this. You really think he made any of these decisions?
Exactly.
Yesterday, we have to pass I wrote the crime bill, 3 strikes and you're out, because we don't want our cities to turn into jungles. It's like, did he say racial jungles or something like that?
Yeah, he said he didn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm sure he doesn't even remember he said that. But he said, oh, gee, poor kids are just as smart, as intelligent as white kids. It slips out still. Yeah. He's still a racist, but he doesn't quite remember everything.
It also bugs me when people in the media, even like Fox News, they talk about the Biden administration's failures, but they're actually the stunning successes.
They know what they're doing. And it's not Biden making any decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he's making. Oh, President Obama. What's that talking? President Obama. I mean, Biden. Twice she made the mistake. How usually you make the mistake of the president that was but she's working for their mission. She's supposed to go into the meetings 8:00 every morning. I don't know what time they get up, but they sit around the table, and the president, obviously he does have people writing things for him, but he does make the ultimate decision. Do you sign off on this? Yes, but he totally knows what's happening. She knows who she's working for. So if she doesn't say Biden, she knows who she's working for, and it's not a mistake. If you're like one of us commoners that might slip up and call Biden Trump, because if we're used to saying, or it's easy to call, say, Obama after Obama left out, because Obama was in there for 8 years. but it's the president that was just in office. So you're used to saying president.
It's like putting the wrong year on the check. Yeah.
Yeah. But not when you're working. You're working for the administration and you're in the meet. You're supposed to. They're all supposed to be in the meetings every single day. Bright and early at 8 o'clock in the morning. They're supposed to be.
Well, wait. Jen Psaki has gotten COVID 3 times. How is Biden?
You know what? Well, this COVID is an ever-changing landscape. You know what I mean?
Despite being double vaccinated and triple boosted.
Yeah, and then we I don't know. Yeah, when Gates was at that, what meeting was that? He was on stage. He was talking about pandemic. He was talking about the vaccines. How disappointed he was that the natural immunity works better for T cell and immunity than the vaccine.
Yeah.
And he said that was bad. I'm really disappointed. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Well, no, you could see a video of Bill Gates laughing when they were talking about how to get people vaccinated, and Bill Gates is like, well, I think we might have to take away their Social Security. It was like laughing.
Yeah, that's right. Well, was it Rhode Island? Parents who don't vaccinate their kids, they're fining them, and they're going to be doubling or tripling their internal revenue payments.
Oh my God!
I mean, it's like they're it's evil.
Is that standing policy?
What
is that still in effect?
I just saw that last week, and it's like I read it a few times. It's like, wait a second, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, what we're learning now, but it seems like as long as they have the law on the books, like in my state, there was a state police officer that notice how the first responders were how they were noble until the vaccine came.
Yes.
And then even though some of them got COVID and survived, they didn't want to take the vaccine because they're cautious. Well, they were fired and they no longer have a career. They're going to have difficulties. Well, there was a before COVID, there was a state trooper that had stolen money and equipment from the state police, and he was on leave and he's getting full pay. But there are some state police officers that don't want to take the vaccine. And one of them is a woman who took the place of her father that died. She got his badge number. She's been a very good state police officer. She says, I want to have children. I don't want to take something in my body that I don't know. And so she is disgraced. What do you call it? She was dismissed on, she was given and her and several others, a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah.
No pay. And this guy who stole from the state police is getting paid.
Yes.
It's not the only. There's a judge that let someone out who committed rape, was here illegally. She let him out the back door. And she said, you can't work, but she's still getting paid, this judge.
Yeah.
She's been on leave for years, but she's getting full pay. And when the legislature, Senate, and Congress voted themselves raises using the money from billions from COVID that isn't helping the people. They also raised the salaries of the judges and the clerks, the whole staff. And this judge, who was on leave because she committed technically a crime, is got a raise. She's making over $200,000 because she gets the raise along with everybody else. How corrupt is that? How corrupt is that? I mean, it's like even the Republicans in the state and Congress in my state voted to give these raises. Even they did. And it's mostly Democrat. So why do these people call themselves Republicans? So the few people, maybe in their district, there's more Republicans, so they called themselves Republicans. It's the only thing I can think of. But, they're all the same. I mean, so they're all the same. That's why we need the new Communist Party. Not the old, not the Soviet, the new Communist Party. Who cares about the people?
I like the memes. Remember from Bernie Sanders' campaign, and they had memes that says socialist and democratic socialist, and they were just like sprinkling pixie dust over socialism.
Oh God!
They're just putting like rainbow pixie dust over.
It's like what are they reading? It's like part of me with that stuff that the commie meetings I told you about that I say dated. He just took my money. He took thousands from me. Awful. I think he's the most. Other guys, did a lot of physical things, but he took so much of me and so much of my time. I mean, everything. I mean, I really was his slave, and so physically, it was killing me. He might as well have beaten me, but those commie meetings that he went to, part of me goes, I wish I had gone to one just to hear what they were saying. I know what's coming out of his mouth. Then I see it unfolding in front of my eyes, and I go, oh boy, they're implementing this, and there's more of them. I thought he was so crazy, and he smoked so much pot. Oh my God. It's like this guy was like, he really had the psychotic version of narcissistic personality disorder. And he even said, I want them to raise minimum wage, not to help anyone else, but to help me because I'll get more money. He even admitted that. It's like, oh my God, you are a freak. And he lost his mind. These people are like so whacked because on Facebook, Facebook was thinking get more friends, and he kept just getting more. It was, I don't know. It's like it was on it 24 hours a day. I thought that was just really weird. It was just weird. But he put up a picture of him shaking hands with a guy who was black, and he's like looking in the camera and smiling. And he goes, "See," he posts that, and he goes, "See, this is the way we should get along. Whites and blacks should be." Wow, wait a second. And this was the time of the when BLM just started.
Yeah.
And he was, oh boy, the BLM community came down on him, and he lost his mind. He goes, and then instead of saying, "Oh, there's something wrong here," he flipped. And he adopted that thinking because he couldn't handle the cognitive dissonance. He couldn't handle his world falling apart. He had to be liked by the BLM community. He couldn't be seen because it talks about, he lied and said his mother married a guy who marched with Martin Luther King. She never married. I went to a back. I was like, so Elvis went to a black church and sang in a black choir. I did too. In Boston? I mean, come on. In the North, in an extremely liberal city, you really move mountains on racism. After Martin Luther King, after the whole thing, that's right. I mean, I don't know if he really did, but he says it. Yeah, you're just like Elvis growing up in the South, in the segregated South, and being segregated yourself, being considered black yourself. I mean, it's unbelievable. But I'll like never forget that when he his world, and then all of a sudden, first, when the Obama administration came up after they had decided that the whole Michael Brown thing, that they investigated, and he was the police officer Darren Wilson? What was his name?
Sounds familiar.
Was found not what?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, was not found at fault. I waited because I knew what the facts were. I mean, I listened to the right people and knew what the facts were. Immediately, it came out immediately, all this stuff, all this evidence. And I was listening to the right source. So it came out immediately. And under and after the investigation, that all came out. And I said, I held my tongue. I didn't want to say that this was not the case. In this case, it's not the way the protests wanted to be. And I said I held it, and then and then all of a sudden, first, because he was saying, "Oh, okay," he was agreeing with it. Came from the Obama administration, and then the BLM riots continued. That all BLM stuff continued, and then all of a sudden, I was the racist for thinking the way I did about the way the Obama administration actually said it came out, what the truth was, what the evidence showed. He's totally flipped, and like, oh my God, you heard the evidence and you flipped because you caved. He caved to the crowd that was far more violent probably than he was, far more intimidating than he was, or he really had to be seen to be in with that crowd because he's not racist. He had to be seen as black. He thought he was black. Believe it or not, he wasn't. He just thought he was. And then I was the racist because I actually knew what came out, the actual evidence that you heard on television come out, and then you agreed with, and it was like, oh, there's this, okay, we can talk now. It's a coming together. Not everybody on one side is good. Not everybody on the other side is bad. Sometimes, you can't, it's not the color of someone's skin. Everybody has their ups, good and bad. And I thought, this is all right. And boy, I'm racist. I'm racist. But this is exactly what the report out of the Obama Justice Department said. This is what three independent forensic investigators, one for Michael Brown family, one for the state, and one completely independent. This is what they all concluded. And I'm the one because it has to be because one is white and a police officer.
You cannot have that conversation. That is not a conversation.
But this was like end of 2014. Whenever this happened, Auntie, that's how long ago it was. And I just like, wow, I think the whole communist thinking, they're used to that. Words flip. The meanings of words mean different than what they actually meant. History changes every day. It's like they haven't come to this conclusion yet. Don't you realize that this history changes? You're not being told the truth. They take the history, they eradicate the true history, and they make it up. What he showed was the flip of communism, that history changes. His own reaction and his decision. And know what he said? It was actually kind of funny. And even his mother said, "What?" He said, "Oh, are you going to write something on Facebook?" I'm thinking about it. And in a few days, I'm going to put out my statement. And she goes, "Your statement?" It's kind of like, who are you?
The official communique.
Oh my God! I was in front of him when the guy was still ill for a while. He's in front of his mother, and even his mother flipped on me too. It's like, wait a second. You looked at him and you're like, oh my God, you thought you had no idea what was going on. We were talking about Jesus, and she said that she goes to church to go to heaven. She goes to church every week to go to heaven. Oh, that's good. She wants to go to heaven. Okay. And then he says, I knew Jesus in a previous life. And yes, I lived at the same time. Like, oh my God. And he didn't listen to me. That's why he got crucified. And his mother's, oh my God, he totally meant it. I'm going, You watched Jesus Christ Superstar, listened to the music, and thought you were Judas? Because that's what he says in it. It's like, listen, Jesus, you got to listen to me. I don't like what I see. You got to listen to me. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want us to die, it's the song Heaven on Their Minds. You just listened to the song when you were probably on a lot of pot and thought you were Judas and you knew better than Jesus. And he was killed, but he was killed for a reason. The whole redemption, the whole thing, there's a reason why, to reconcile us and wash away the sin thing. But no, but he shouldn't have died, right? And he had listened to you. You were Judas. I know his mother. You just seen the look on her face. It was so funny. Oh my God. It's like, I can, okay, we understand each other. And then she couldn't handle the fact that her son was saying these things. She just couldn't deal with it. And it's like, I'm saying this, there's a lot of people that do, it's really, they're easy. When I say hippies are easy pickings, because when you're on drugs or there's something, you have an issue mentally, I suppose, but you're on drugs, it's a bad combination. And you're easy pickings to feed people this idea of Marxism, whatever they think it actually is, when it's actually based on, all of it's based on racism that they're adopting, and the total annihilation of people via starvation, by the way. You could see why the people who do flock do. And I think what happens is then you got those, and then they intimidate by tyranny other people. They take away true history, and you say, "Oh, that's right. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist." Okay. It's like, oh yeah, I want to be good to everybody. Should be, that's right, equal, and blah blah blah, and that's not right. Oh, there's systemic racism. Oh yes, I don't want to be a racist. So the certain tyranny comes down, and people say, "No, I don't want to be that. So I'll adopt that." And then it goes too far. They have no idea how deeply that goes. But it always is starvation, tyranny, riots, beatings, killing, suicide, starvation. That's all. That's a takedown of communism. That's what, if you look at any of these countries, and I don't know. But then they get to a point where they justify it. So, oh yeah, that's justified because they had wrong think. They thought like the West. You had to. They get down to that point where they say, they make excuses. They have to make excuses for it because they've so ingrained in that thinking that it seems morally right in some way. It's like, who is your God?
Yeah.
What happens when you die after you've done this? What would this is the world you want to listen to lies every day and believe the lies and accept starvation and swaths of people just because they have wrong think. They tell you, even though you found out that what they told you was lies.
There was a British historian who was also a Marxist, and he was a very respected historian. But an interviewer once asked him, "I'm feeding back here. I don't know why I'm feeding back. I think it's your arm. Your arm is near the speaker."
Oh, the speaker?
Yeah, I was feeding.
No, see how far away this is? Do you see how far away I am? The computer is here. Let me pick up the computer. Hi.
Hey.
See, it's far away. I'm not feeding. I'm not even near it to feed back.
Well, I was feeding back.
Okay. Well, it was your fault.
Okay.
Please.
But yeah, so an interviewer asked this Marxist that if they had a communist revolution tomorrow, and it was bad, just everything, just the perfect communist revolution, everything worked, it was fine. He said, would the 100 million people who died have been worth it? And the communist said yes. That would be acceptable.
I heard that same story. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Vladimir Jaffe. He's you should. I haven't watched him in a long time. It's like, he's a Russian. He came from, he lived in Soviet Russia. He goes to colleges. He goes to protests, and he talks to all these kids and people, and he explains to them what it was really like to try to get them to understand. But it's like, oh yeah, everything he was saying, I did not. I'm sure I should continue to watch him, but I'm going, yeah, I know that it's true. So he's a good person to sub to.
It's funny. When I was just going down my recommends when you were talking. Normally, I'm just absolutely riveted on you, but I happened to go to another window, and I was scrolling down. And have you ever seen that? I see a thing on Fox News. It's a Chinese woman says that America is becoming like China, and the woman in the thumbnail was the woman who was on Tim Pool. If you ever saw that
on the thumbnail.
Well, yeah.
Oh, there was a couple. She was from China. I think the husband was not from China.
I don't know about
but
the
she's
husband.
American now.
She was on Tim Pool, and she
I think I saw that one. I don't watch Tim Pool anymore because it's just it just comes on all day long, and I have to listen to all the. I kind of like try to take in as many news sources as possible, and I also don't want to listen to him and then regurgitate what he said. I kind of like if everything comes from one spokesperson, and one viewpoint. I'm so not a commie.
Well, see,
I kind of like said I have to. He's great, but I have to grab a hold of all these different news sources so I know what I'm spitting out. It's my own thinking.
Yeah,
you know.
This is my thing. It's I think like Tim Pool is in the big time now, and I'm.
He's been the big time for a long time.
Yeah,
he's been famous for a long time.
I wish him the best, but I mean. He needs to lock Ian in the chicken coop. I'm sorry, just
he needs to what?
Lock Ian in the chicken coop, because whenever
he's what do you call it? Comedy relief?
No, because it's unbearable. Really, I feel like driving my head through.
Why do you think he keeps him?
Because I think Ian has money in the Timcast.
Yeah, but you know Tim has a lot of money. He's been a millionaire for a long time.
Yeah.
People don't realize this. He's got the cat, the beanie, but he's been a millionaire for a long time. I forget where I learned that, how much money he actually had. He's a multi-millionaire. And kind of like everybody in the business knows that for a long time. But he puts out a good product. He totally deserves it. That's not it. So I don't think he really needs Ian anymore because he has his own capital. He's fully funded via Mason, and Trump's been talking to. I mean, he's been talking to Trump, or Trump asked him. He says that Trump writes him, asks him questions. I don't know, but he's periodically spoken to Trump. But it's a good name to drop.
Yeah.
But I think he's got his own. It sounds like he's got a lot of good sources. That if Ian has money, he doesn't really need him anymore. Yeah. But maybe he thinks he offers. Being the anti-sticks, the opposite of sticks.
Well, there are some ladies who seem to like him in the comments, although I don't know.
Oh, really?
Well,
they like just a fuzzy, warm, a guy who women like to be with men who are not as smart as they are. If women go after men who are like as smart as. I'm not saying that all women I'm not saying all women are smart. I'm just saying they look for men because they kind of think that I can kind of mold him into what I want him to be. And it's like, unfortunately, I should have taken. I don't know. I don't take that out. Someone would really believe that and say, if you don't, and they kind of hang men out there on a stick. Well, you don't get me, and they shut the door down. Right in the beginning, like, you don't get me. You have to comply by my rules. And once you do that in a relationship, which I've never done, that's why I'm alone, probably. But once a woman does that, and immediately because men, I was told this by that cookie mother told me that you have to. Men like to hunt. you have to make him keep chasing you. You can't. She was seeing I was a slave. I was certainly not making him chase me, because men don't realize the only thing men think of is that they have to keep hunting and they have to keep catching the woman, because the thought of her getting away, not that, okay, why don't you just think about if you actually want to be with this person or not? Why don't you get time to think that both of you want to be with each other, not keep the man on a leash, that you have to keep them hunting. I think that whole idea is just so distasteful. How can you have an equal relationship? But women do this, and I know men that are on leashes because they bring them down to the bottom and they're groveling, and it's like, whoa, I can't. Right, I could have a lot of money now if I just did that, but I can't even do it once. Why would you want to be with a man that you make them hunt you for the rest of their, just that way they don't know, because the hunt never ends, so they keep trying to catch you and they don't realize that it's just like, you got to stop. You got to really say, do you really want to be with a person that treats you like this? Do you really, or do you want to just get to know them and be together because you really love who they are? You not just love it, you like them. And people say love a lot, and they'll say love is equated. People equate sex with love. They don't realize that the drive, especially in the beginning, is to procreate, and you kind of misunderstand that feeling for true love when it really is. That's why it kind of falls apart later on. But you find out if you like this person first. Do you really like them? Are you really interested in how they think? Do you really you like how they think? You like the kind of person who this person really is, and you're not chasing them. Men love the chase. I've been told this before. It's true. Men love the chase. And it's like, I don't end up, it's hard to respect, I suppose, anybody in that situation, either the woman or the man. It's certainly hard to respect the woman for doing that to the man. But I guess the men, because that plays into their instincts. Men were the hunters and the women, and they went out. And we know this from evolution and archaeology, went out and hunted got the kill, brought it back for the woman and the kids. And that's, men are still on that hunt. It's from evolution. We're on that hunt. And so if you play into that, you can get a guy. See, this is why I'm alone. I never wanted to play that game, but I suppose that's evolution, that's instinct, and I cannot play that game. I just like, look, you like me for me, and I like you for you. I'm not going to make you chase. I'm not going to make anybody chase. I mean, if you're rotten, I'll eventually figure that out after several years and a lot of abuse. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it's similar to what's going on with communism, is because you're making people not stop and think, is this right or wrong? How am I feeling? Am I afraid? Am I doing this out of fear? Wait a second, they're lying to me, but I'm so afraid I'm buying it. When you're in an abusive situation, you're like, with that guy, I was so afraid I couldn't stop to think, wait a second, I said a long time ago never to do this again, but I was so afraid that it's like, why are you there? Why are you still there? It's fear. And even though they're lying and they're crazy, you're just so afraid that they're really going to hurt you, and they're going to suck. He was sucking the life out of me. He was taking everything I had. You're so afraid that it's going to be more than you could possibly take. So it's better to endure this for survival. So a lot of people get caught up with this communism. They don't realize that they know there's that slow burning tyranny. There's that fear that's running through them, that if they don't hold on, everything is going to be sucked away. Because they know these people in power, they can't control. This is what power is doing. And they feel helpless because they're vulnerable. They were never made to feel strong. They were always made to feel helpless, and you must latch on to this particular party because the other party lies and they're going to take your rights away. goes from the beginning. That it goes back to the greatest gift is to become a good parent. And of course, man can leave because that's the way we're built. But a woman who's given the gift of, okay, the guy might take off, but I've given you this gift that I've entrusted you to have a child and to nurture the child, to love the child, and no matter whether the father's there or not, to put that child out into the world and make the world a better place. And then the parent, when they're old or getting older, you're good to the child, they come back to you. They don't leave your life. They come back, they bring grandchildren. And you, in your old age, you get sickly and feeble. You've got your children around you. They said, I remember you, Ma, you were good to me. And it's the world. I say these women, they have no idea what they're losing, but they don't feel, they feel valueless themselves. But the party and these women, the women's movement, should have made them feel strong and powerful. They told them you were capable of being anything, but they never taught them how to be strong and powerful. Their mothers didn't teach it. Their families didn't teach. Their mothers were probably in this movement. They disempowered them and made them dependent on them. And we know that's what the Democratic Party did for welfare and destroyed the Black family and destroyed the women too. They did it at the same time. All the women, they destroyed them. And women don't have no idea because they don't have any family life. They don't have a mother ready maybe to compare that to say, I want when I grow old, I'd like to have my daughter, my children around me, my grandchildren. I don't know. Some kids stay with their parents because their parents were abusive. They were very tyrannical and distant. And so there's a dependency that forms because you're constantly wanting the parents' love. So you may love them, but fear them at the same time. And you may help them in their old age because you still fear them and you feel guilty if you don't help them. So there's all that going on too. But you see, that's what it starts at the beginning. People have to be taught that they're valuable, that with the communist idea of there's nothing but the dictator on top. That's God. There's no God. There's no afterlife. So you do what I say in this life, or else I'm going to take your life out. There's that saying. Well, in fact, Bill Cosby said it. He said, "My father says to me, I brought you into this world. I can take you right out." That's the whole idea. Is kind of you're nothing but a cell in the state. And if you are sickly and you don't do what we want you to do, you get cut out. That it's not a baby, it's just a bunch of cells. Cut it right out. I'm the state. The whole idea is I can take you out of this world anytime I want to. The world, I believe the Supreme Court justices are seeing how fluid the law is. It's a new term, fluid law. And that the whole idea of pushing the limit on when you can abort your child even after they're born. And the idea is, you can go home and you can be weeks, it can be months, it can be, they keep pushing it. I think the Supreme Court said, you know what, if it's federal law, everybody can abort at any time, kill at any time. At least if we send it back to the states, there's some states that will pull back the reins and some states won't. We have no control over that.
By the way, even conservatives misrepresent the bill that got rejected in the Senate. It wasn't a bill to codify Roe versus Wade. It was a bill to legalize abortion for all.
At any stage. That's right. They have no idea. That's why you can't codify Roe v. Wade. It was based there. A bunch of men who decided for women's bodies interpreted the 14th Amendment to mean a privacy clause, which a woman can do anything she wants to with her body. And it's based on nothing. That's why Ruth Bader Ginsburg wanted it to go back to the States because it wasn't law. It was built on sand. It was like there's nothing here. She knew it, and she wanted to send it. She wanted it to go back to the States. It had to be sent back to the States. In fact, she said something about abortion. I read today something that she said about abortion. She realized the eugenics aspect on a particular, I think it was a McRae bill. I forget. She realized that it was to eliminate certain populations. No, oh God, I thought I had clicked on it. What's this? Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Picture of Fauci with a mask on. Oh my God.
Well, he knew he was being photographed.
Oh my God, he is unbelievable. But if he wasn't there, it's not. We say him, but there's somebody that's feeding him because he flip-flopped on everything. He didn't. He said once something like the talking points kept changing. And he was completely HIV. He said, "Oh, families can catch it from in the air if they live in the same house." He had no idea. I mean, it's like qualifications. Please tell me the qualifications here. Okay, I guess I can't X this out here because it's like there's an ad that came up, and so I want. Oh, here, this Parliament. Let me see if I can get that quote from. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Justice Ginsburg. Yes, the ruling about that surprised me. Harris v. McRae. In 1980, the court upheld the Hyde Amendment, which forbids the use of Medicaid for abortions. Frankly, I had thought that at the time Roe was decided, there was concern about population growth, and particularly growth in populations that we don't want too many of.
Mm-hmm.
So Justice Ginsburg, she said the woman can give consent at 14. I said, okay, that's pushing the line. I knew that she was for abortion on demand, but even she was against packing the court. She was friends with Scalia. She had rules that she didn't go beyond, and she had reasoning for her beliefs. And she even saw through this Harris v. McRae, while this decision was being made, that at the time of Roe v. Wade, she saw through that the Democrat Party, the eugenics, Margaret Sanger thing, she realized what it was all about.
Mm.
And that, I think that is like, oh my God, I wish that woman was still on the court. I could trust her. I'm not sure about these other justices. I really don't know. And I really don't know if they did this in time, at about the same time that the riots started in 2020, before the election, which, look, we had COVID, we had the lockdowns, and we had the riots. Talk about fear and tyranny. Talk about the fear. And I told you, with the whole thing, you thought Trump was going to get elected. I said, you saw those women in the Women's March when Trump got elected, and they were screaming in the streets with the pussies on their heads. It doesn't take much of them, many of them, they're driving, as far as I'm concerned, driving Democrat Party, driving them insane, saying, we're going to take this away from you, and this is all you have. That they have pushed these people to the brink. They don't realize what they're doing, and they certainly don't. We wish they loved themselves. We wish they respected themselves. We wish that they didn't have. They said, you hold out. Don't have sex with those men if they're going to just leave you. Don't be like a man and have casual sex and leave a woman anytime. Don't be like them. It's like the women's movement is based on a woman can be like a man.
Yeah.
Men are awful and they leave you, so you be like them. It's insanity. The insanity and so that bred the dependency on the Democrat Party. That's and the whole welfare thing. A woman, you can't get money if the father's in the home. Broke the black family. And that's also about the same time that all happened, when wages were depressed. Ted Kennedy in 1965 wanted to open immigration up again. You see, immigration was closed about 1921, and they wanted, yes, immigrants built this country. Yes and no. This is how it was done. Only a certain amount of people out of Europe. There was a cap on every single country. It wasn't unlimited. And they stopped it in 1921. And what they wanted to do was, of course, you couldn't come in if you were going to be a dependent. You had to have somebody that was going to sponsor you. You had to report to the police department. You weren't committing crimes. You couldn't be a dependent on the state. You had to have a job that was waiting for you. And you couldn't be sick. Either you were sent back or you were detained at Ellis Island until you were well. There were strict rules. But they wanted the immigrants to adopt American culture. It's because they adopted American culture and they had to learn the language. That's what built America. That's what built America. And people are so ignorant on history. They say, well, immigrants, oh, of course you paid for the people from Europe, but you won't put these people on welfare. Completely different game plan. So Ted Kennedy wanted to have more Irish immigrate. He had friends, he wanted to come over. So he opened immigration. He said, it won't be from those countries, those other countries that we don't. He even said that. Oh, don't worry. It's like, don't tell me, the Democrats. So what happened was immigration was open, and what happened, they gave HB1 visas and green cards, and these people, just like what happened, was that Disney did it and some other companies, that the people who held the job were making too much money. So they replaced them with people who were not citizens, who had green cards. They gave them H1 visas, and they had to train them to take their job. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened. So a lot of kids during the 60s, it started in the 60s, didn't get summer jobs. They didn't get that job, which actually helped build America, is when at a young age you go out, you get a summer job, you deliver newspapers, you pick asparagus, whatever. You go and you work in the fields, or you pick tobacco, something. Kids did that. But when you had people that were coming over that were going to take your job and all these other jobs for less, then the kids started, hey, drugs, the hippie. That's when the hippie movement started, because they had nothing to do. And they thought about, hey, Vietnam, we're going to protest Vietnam. Oh, Marxism, everything will be evil. Even oh no, oh boy, there's a slip of the tongue. Everything will be evil. And they had no idea that it was that Marxists said that particular word many times. In his just read his writings. And he was a racist, and he was anti-Semite. I mean, it's. And they were, they're on the drugs, and they bought it. See, that's how you see how there's nothing wrong with immigrants. Obviously, we came here. Our grandparents were immigrants, right? That isn't it. But there were certain rules when they didn't get HB1 visas. They didn't get welfare. That's when welfare started. These new immigrants got welfare and housing when they came over. That's when welfare began. At that, right there, 1965, everything changed. Welfare and immigration was opened with different rules. And there's other people who try to come over. It takes years to become citizens. They're not given all this because they're under the old rules. They have to have a profession. They have to have a way to make money. They can't be a dependent on the state. They have to report all the time to make sure they're not committing any crimes. They have to learn the language. And then there were the other immigrants whatever you call them, they come over, got the H-1B visa, the green cards, and they got housing and welfare, and they got the jobs, the American jobs at a lower wage. And that's why they say, oh, minimum wage. We can't afford to live on minimum wage because the wages were depressed. That's why minimum wage was so low. The immigrants that when Ted Kennedy opened it up, Ted Kennedy's always for the poor. He said, not really for the poor Americans, and not really to bring up the poor Americans to a better life and a better education. Not for that. See, that's why that's when the change happened. And that's why minimum wage was so ridiculously low, is because the wages were depressed because there were people that were coming in that would take it for cheaper. But if you were and then we got chain migration, the family, we don't know who it is that's coming in, if they're going to be work or they're going to be not work, do other things, let's just say. The people don't realize it's not being anti-immigrant. These conditions what the Democrats say, oh yeah, you vote for us, we'll raise minimum wage. And it's you are the ones who depressed it. It's because your policies that depressed minimum wage. And you for years, how many years they keep bringing that on, stringing people along. We're going to raise for how many years till they finally jacked it up? That they kept stringing people, vote for us, we're going to raise, and they're going to keep it low, but we're going to raise it for you. It's because of you that's low to begin with. It's these crappy policies.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the
family was destroyed. All this destroyed the family, by the way.
And they're putting the biggest
drugs of the hippies and the Beatles and Lenin. Yeah, but it's true. It's freaking true.
And the Democrats are putting the biggest regressive tax on Americans through inflation.
Right. Right. Yeah. They know how to do it, don't they? And the borders open, millions are coming through, and it's like we don't hate these people. These people are coming, yes, we understand why they're coming, and because they've opened the door and asked them to come in, but it's our house. We can't afford to pay for them. They're using our money, and it's like if it was your house. Remember when Nancy Pelosi said, I want to go to the border and embrace all these children coming in. It's like, how many of those children are coming into your house? How many are you paying for directly? And how much money are you making? And how much money was it deals from the government jobs that you've pushed over, our contracts given to your family by the government so your kids could also be millionaires? Where are you getting all this money from? Because you've done such a good job? No, you put it on the taxpayers. You depress our wages. You depress our lifestyle, and you're giving it away. And then you're saying you don't. Jesus said, when I was naked, you clothed me and fed me and all that stuff. They lay the Jesus thing on you. It's like, oh my God, how much money do you have? It's like, oh, you've got white privilege. You look white to me. I mean, I don't. Because you're willing to spend our money. That's why you're the saint, because you're willing to spend our money, and we're racist, and we don't want to. We don't have it because we're poor, and you're rich. Oh, but you have to keep letting us drain you till you die. That's the idea. Oh, and we'll call you a racist as we drain you. Talk about. There's a word for that. And I would say it, but it's like, oh, did you hear what she said? Oh my God. It's not, it makes total sense. It makes total sense. Like indentured servitude. Let's put it. That's right. Anyways, indentured servitude. If you work beyond from the day to the day you die, and then they take everything. That's what it is. People need to wake up because it's gone too far, and people need to run for office. We need good people who are not swamp rats to run for office, who are going to speak for us and work for us Or it's like we need, Americans need to step up, and it doesn't have to always be career politicians.
Yeah.
Right? In Hollywood, like they used to feed us when somebody played a politician in a movie or a play or something. It was always a politician who was fake. He was kind of like a kind of like the what do you call it, Manchurian Candidate, but he's all smiley and he just says, he lies and he says things to get elected, and he doesn't do anything. They used to represent politicians that way.
Yeah.
And until he's not a politician, you can only trust politicians. Do you see how that flipped? And did anybody see how that flipped before your eyes? Did anybody take that in? Are you there, Rob?
Yes.
But this is a lot of good information in this stream, huh? You've like the communists broke me, and I'm singing like a bird. It's like I should chomp this. See if you have to keep downloading it a new way. You can't. YouTube doesn't allow you to just take the whole thing and break it up and keep the original. You just when you edit it, that's it. Then you have to. Now that I pay every month, I can download these things, but you have to keep downloading it and chopping it and downloading it and chopping it. It's kind of like YouTube. Oh, maybe one day they'll help the people. They've got too many things to do. They're busy at YouTube, aren't they? So, do you have anything to say there, Rob? Are there any comments you want to read?
Well, I never answered Peace's question about nuclear holocaust. Yeah, I think nuclear holocaust is imminent. So make peace with your creator as soon as possible. We're all gonna die. It's gonna happen any day now.
Well, I already said that. It's obvious. They're drawing us into they know we're on the other side because we're supporting them and giving them money and giving them military equipment. Of course. We are. They are. Russia is fighting us. We are in World War II.
Well, we're not even really.
You have to take us down a little. We don't realize what's happening, and we're going to be in it, and we won't. If we knew, if people were aware what was going on, they would say, "Hey, stop it. This isn't right." But somehow, people are still clueless of what's.
Look, we've been getting 5 years of bullshit about Russia and 3 years of bullshit about Ukraine, and now this is the two great tastes that taste great together. I think we're probably being lied to about the scale of conflict. I think we're being lied to about practically everything. So I'm not going to make any definitive statements. But as far as a nuclear holocaust, I do not believe that we are in the eschaton here. I believe that this is like sort of like an end run of the end times. It's sort of like a fake out, and that sort of accords with everything I've heard about like prophecy and stuff. I don't think that these are the end times.
No, I don't think these are the end times. I agree with you. I said that earlier. I don't think that these are the end times. I don't know why that is, but I mean, it looks like the end times, but I don't think. I mean, if there were, and I could see that actually happening, I might feel a sense of relief. Hey, Jesus is coming back. If I could really see Jesus was coming back, I mean, if you could see like, hey, yes, it really is, and I have a sense that God is coming back, or that there is a God. It's almost like.
It's sort of like Satan tries to false start the end times because he knows how people will respond and use it to
how will we respond.
It's kind of like the false prophet, but
how are we responding? How should we respond? What does Satan think I'm going to do? He's thinking about me personally. I know that.
You and not everything revolves around you. What's Satan thinking about you right now?
Yeah, I want to know.
Yeah, that's how.
Is he cute? Does he have that sexy kind of evil?
Well, he'd be marginally worse than your other boyfriends.
Yeah.
But no, that's how
marginally better. But what is it? What would he do to try if the real?
Well, no, because
well, what is he? What is he trying to evoke from us? What is he trying to do? Tell us.
this is something I've heard one time. Well, I've heard from a few different places, but I can't really explain the point in full. But it sort of accords with my own observations and my own sort of intuitions about the matter.
Yeah, but what does he expect us to do? Does he expect us? What kind of reaction is he trying to get out of us? If we think it's the end time, then people are going to all be all born. Some people might be born again, come closer to God. It might not be a good thing for the devil to do that, because people might actually start going back to church, reading the Bible, trying to get right with God. I don't know. I don't know what the reaction that he's
when
trying
you have the real end times, then people will think it's the boy who cried wolf.
But they'll well, you just have to be a good person. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like people think the idea, oh, it's the end times, or I'm gonna die soon, so I think I'll ask Jesus to forgive me. It's kind of like, oh, I know I can keep doing this, and then when I die, when I'm about to die, I'll ask Jesus to forgive me. I'll say the sinner's prayer, and I'll get all forgiven. It's like, there's a reason. See, there's
You
the
found
whole
the
idea.
loophole.
Well, you see, there's the two belief systems, being Catholicism and evangelicals say, it's just faith that will save you. But in Catholicism, it's faith and works, because you can't just you can't go through your life and say I believe in Jesus and not really do anything good. Well, because it's by grace alone that you are saved. Yes, but they go hand in hand, because Jesus was really big on. I don't know if these evangelicals realize this. He was big on action, and even Paul said faith and works. But he said, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was in prison, you visited me. When I was sick, you comforted me. He was really big on action, not just believe. It seemed like, and the thing, the only reason why I know is the reason why I remembered this, I should say that, remember this. I was in California, and I was watching these crazy these shows. They had this TBN station, and the two people that ran it, they're elderly. She had big wigs with the long white hair, and he had a white toupee, and she had lots of eye makeup. Not Tammy Faye, the Crouch. I think the last name was Crouch.
Yeah, the Crouches, Jan Crouch.
Yeah, the Crouches, and she's like, Jesus, and it's all about praise Jesus, praise Jesus, praise the Lord. I think the show was called Praise the Lord. Praise Jesus. And it was just about believing, and that's it. Just praise the Lord. I go, there's got to be something wrong with this. And not just the money that's sent in, but the whole thing, just believe in Jesus, and that's it, without works. And I'm going, God, I'm thinking myself, and I never do this, because I've seen crazy people do this. Because, I've counseled a lot of people that were like down from the edge. And it's like, no, don't just open the Bible and put your finger down and read it and think God is telling you this. No. This is just random. And I only did it once. And I said, God, I'm really confused. And I just sincerely asked him. And the Bible was there. And I'm going, I'm going to open it. And you just tell me if I'm wrong about this, because I could be wrong. Maybe it's exactly as they're telling me. And I could be wrong. See, I'm always saying, I'm hoping that my politics are wrong. I'm hoping that I'm wrong about my perception is wrong. I'm hoping that, because this has happened, and they go, well, you know what? Hopefully that the good will come out of it anyway, despite what we believe, or have seen. Well, let's hope it's good. So I said, God, I could be wrong about this. Could you? I'm really confused. Could you tell me? I thought it was more than just praise the Lord, praise the Lord. And the show was praise the Lord. They're called Praise the Lord. And so I took the Bible, I closed my eyes, opened it up, and I went, boom. And you know what it said? And they couldn't believe it. And I'm going, holy shit, this is so on the money. I'm never going to do this again, because I'm not going to ask God to tell me things every time I open, as if God's saying, okay, she's opening up the Bible again, she's putting her finger down, tell her something. I don't expect that. I think that's really taking advantage of that.
Wisdom vending machine, yes.
But anyway, it said, Jesus said, to those of you who cry, Lord, Lord, I will say, I do not know you, because you have not done my Father's will. That totally destroys that argument about just faith, just believe in Jesus, say the sinner's prayer, believe in, and that's it, you're done. Or just and say, the Catholics make up prayers. Well, the sinner's prayer is completely made up. It's like, but of course, the prayer to Mary comes right out of the Bible, right out of Gabriel and Elizabeth's mouth. Pray for us, Mother. I don't know. It's like she's not a goddess. We don't think she's a goddess. You're asking her to pray for us, and that's all, because she knows Jesus really well. She's a good one. But can you believe that? That's exactly what I was asking. I will say, just so Jesus said, okay, I will say, you don't know you. Those who cry, Lord, Lord. That's exactly it. I recognize you as God. That's what I'm saying. And the show was called Praise the Lord. I recognize you as my Lord, right? My Lord and Savior. I will say I do not know you, because you have not done my Father's will. What's his Father's will? To love your, God with all their heart, soul, and strength, to love your neighbor as yourself. And when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was all that stuff, everything. He's constantly telling you things to do. The story of the Good Samaritan on the road. It's like that works. And he was telling people who not only didn't believe in him, but Jews didn't consider, they saw Samaritans as a lower race. When Good Samaritan, people don't really understand the meaning of Good Samaritan. They were going to go to hell. They were completely against on the op. And Jesus used them as an example. As the priest went by, all these holy, noble people went by and left the man on the road to die. Except the Good Samaritan, the one that you demonize, the one that is a lesser race than you, or a religion that's not in cahoots with God. That's the person I picked in this story that does the good deed. It's all about action. And if you just say praise the Lord and you don't do these deeds, sorry, pal, when you see me, up there, if you think you're going to see me, I'm going to say I don't know you. It says it right there. Those are Jesus's actual words. And they say, well, Paul also says faith and works. Well, Paul says, okay, Paul said a lot of things. He also thought the end of the world was coming. Woe to you who have babies, or, like nobody should have sex either, ever, because the end of the world was coming. He was completely so you know what? This is Jesus talking. This is Paul. Which do you believe? Which do you set aside first? Jesus? Go ahead. Go for Paul. Go ahead. Oh yeah, and the Catholics, they don't believe in Jesus. They believe they're pagan. They worship the Mary. No, pray for us, O Holy Mother of God, that we may be worthy of the promises of Christ. Just like you would say, oh, your mother's really holy. Could she say some prayers? Oh, my mother's sick. Could your mother say she's always going to church? Could your mother say for prayer? Oh, yeah. Could the congregation of the church pray for such and such? Yeah. Protestants do that all the time. It's like, that's all it is, except she just happens to be picked as the mother of God, and Christ, Jesus himself, being God, helped create her, didn't he? She's special in some way, but she's not a goddess. She's not God. She's not a goddess. She just prays for us. And when we don't have a good mother, we can look to her. If we are alone, we can look to our mother in heaven. And she reminds us that Jesus is our brother as well as our Lord. It's our brother, our father, as well as we are a part of the family. Anyway, I don't know how I got on that. Oh yeah, the Democrats preaching to us all the time about as if we don't know. They will demonize us for being Christians. And all the misogynist and whatever. We're haters, we're trans, all this stuff. Except they'll pull out Jesus's quotes because they know there is nothing more generous and loving and kind and just completely selfless, and a nobility that is so simple, and yet at the same time it's almost beyond what I think humankind who has not achieved that kind of, who's kind of lost, how we're so lost in so many ways to even think like that. It I don't know. They use that, they demonize it, and they use it on us to get us to feel guilty because they know it's so good. It's so selfless.
Yeah.
We are so beaten, and it's like, oh, I've heard all of them use it. Obama used it. Nancy Pelosi keeps using it. It's like they keep using it. Stop it. I know your game. I can see through your game. Oh my God. I don't ever want to be blind to what the game is. You know what I mean?
I'm not.
So what we also, she has some 5 people show. That's right, 3 show. I have no idea, but I'm saying I'm really shadow banned. Like I said earlier about people, this was a couple years ago. I've got over 1 million subscribers. I'm shadow banned. You what? I was subscribed, and I unsubscribed, and then I started watching the video again, and they said I'm shadow banned. And wait a second, when I was subscribed to you, you had 400,000, and less than a year later, you have more than 1 million. Please do not tell me you're shadow banned. Don't tell me you're shadow banned. I am really shadow banned. I really am. I'm sorry. It just, and I would make more videos and better videos and maybe have better equipment at this point, but what, I know I really am shadow banned. And I just want people to get along and be prosperous and be happy, and in the racism and the lies and all that other stuff. I've never preached anything else. I don't know. Maybe they don't want people to be. They don't want it. The truth is they don't want it. They don't want people to open up to the truth. Anyway, Rob, do you have any closing lines? We're going on 4 hours, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know, that's ridiculous.
I don't know how this even happened. I don't know how this went over so quickly. But anyway, do you have any closing arguments?
Nope. Be sure to
or something. You just want to say something.
Be sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah.
To all your friends. And remember.
Yeah. You know what? We don't see any more Texas Shepherd. I don't know what happened to him. Remember he used to say, smash that like button? I don't know. Yeah. But
they all say that. They have use your action word. Just smash. Just destroy the notification bell.
I know they don't have to. This is a lot of good things were said. Do you think a lot of good things said? Was this worth it? What do you say about this stream?
A lot of good things were said, but it was just so damn long. It was so damn.
I've been done a live stream for so long. I wanted this to be like people to come on and just say what they want to say about what's going on, and to have a place to vent, even though they don't show their face, and just have that place to vent. And that's what I wanted this to be. But I can't get that going. I knew if I had more subscribers, that might happen. People people need a place to just talk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people are suffering, you know, and I know I'm really not doing well myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, things are not good. I have some health concerns too, because, you know, COVID shut things down and you couldn't get cancer screenings. So I'm really concerned. I went to the doctor and like, I'm crying, I'm going, you know, it's like, this is all the only thing I have are my dogs and my boobs. This is all I have. Please. Because I had an abnormal scan. My mother was operated twice for it, and she was tested every single year. And apparently they saw calcium deposits, and they didn't think it was much, but when they got in there, it was growing through her breastbones. They had to go for a second. And they said, "Oh, come back." They tested me twice because they weren't sure, and they said it doesn't look right. And they said, "Come back in 3 months." What happened within 3 months? COVID. And so they closed, and so nobody got it. And then I got even more scared. Even when they did open up, I'm going, I need to go with somebody. I can't do this alone. I'm alone. I'm with my dogs. Like I said, all I got in my dogs, my boobs. That's all. I said, I'm not married. I don't have a boyfriend. I never have any children. I just want to keep my boobs. I just want to keep my dogs, my boobs. That's all I want in life. That's really all I want. And damn it, you closed the cancer screenings. It was hard enough as it was, knowing that it was not normal. And now I figure, hey, it's probably already gone too far. It's gone 2 years now. It's gone too far as it is. So I haven't got that long.
Well, you know, if you lose your boobs, you can always get some, like, you know, G cup beach balls.
Oh, come on.
And they'll probably also
Stop it. Stop. But, you know, also, if it goes too far, not only can you not operate, nothing that you do works. You know, you've gone too far. It's gone too far. You know, it spreads throughout the body. Because I'm really tired, and I don't know why I'm so tired. I figure nobody's watching anyway at this point. Anybody who turns on this stream is not going to go, I think I'm going to watch this whole thing to the end. I could say anything I want to right now. You know, and nobody's going to ever hear it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, nobody's going to ever hear it. I mean, none of my subs will hear it. Maybe YouTube will hear it.
Yeah.
Anybody who wants to click on this to see what I'm talking about, nobody's going to hear this part. This is way at the end. So I figure I'm talking to just you now at this point. So yeah, so it's like that worries me. You know, keeping a roof over my head, it doesn't look good. Things don't look good. You know, I know I should have sold the house, sold it, and gone to Florida. It's probably too late now. You know, taxes, all that stuff is too high. Real estate tax. Oh, there's just everything's too high. It's probably too late. Everybody's already in Florida, including the Democrats.
Yep. That's where they go to party.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Because they know things are cheaper. It's free. Oh my God. Yeah, immediately. But it's like there's just so much in this. To kind of like pack things up, get rid of things. It's like the whole life, everything is here. And the house is falling apart technically. Yeah. Also, but yeah, but everybody's already in Florida. That's probably the only place I want to go. But then what will happen is we're going to go full federal. Once the system changes which you remove the electoral system, which is what they're doing. They want to pack the court, destroy the 3 branches of government, destroy the electoral system, where the states will no longer be independent, be able to make their own laws, except for federal laws. It's where every state has to accept abortion, no matter when, for any reason. Looks like a baby, really looks like a human being here. And that's going to keep going. That's why I think the justices say, hey, this is just going, at least if we can save some lives, if we can, people say, okay, I'll use the birth control. Good. That's all we ask. You know, don't you just try to have sex with people who respect you and love you and all that other stuff. Yes, people need to get a better sense of self. But what will happen is, this is my prediction, is that this country is going to turn over. It's no longer going to be city states. It's going to be completely federalized because communism, that's what communism does. The Soviet Union did it all. It not only took the whole country, but it absorbed other countries too. But they weren't broken up into states even to begin with. They were just, they're already just one country. But what will happen is that because Florida is a part of America and Florida doesn't have a military and could not fight the rest of America, it's not like the North or the South. The North was actually bigger at the South at that point, and the North wasn't racist, believe it or not. Hard to believe. That's why they fought the South. And Abraham Lincoln didn't get one vote from the South. Not one vote. He was elected twice without one vote from the Democrat racist Jim Crow. It wasn't Jim Crow yet, but KKK South. Anyway, a slave South. Yeah, slavery. What's going to happen is they're just going to say, no, we're taking over Florida. The military is bigger. It's a federalized government. You are no longer independent. That's going to be absorbed soon. And, these Democrats who are partying down there because things are free when they're putting everyone else in prison, lockdowns. I don't know what other word you can use for that. Lockdowns. When they want to impose certain restrictions for necessities. That's what's going to happen. They already know that's going to happen. It's just, that's the next thing. That's my prediction. So even if you buy a house down there, unless you're all the way up here, you're all the way on top with lots of money and lots of power, unless the dictator of the party decides to take that away from you. I don't think Florida is going to live that long, and besides, so there would be, to replace DeSantis, there'll probably be some Democrat, rhino, who pretends he's going to be like DeSantis and then reveals who he really is. Like it absorbed the country. What's happened to the country? The same thing's going to happen to Florida. So that's the way it is. So there's no place that's free. Even if Florida was independent, it's going to be like Russia and the Ukraine, even though, the Ukraine was firing on the part of Ukraine that was near Russia, for 8 years and killed 14,000 people. It's still that scenario. Like China could just very easily absorb all those other countries because China's big. So I don't see, and there'll be a certain part of Floridians who will probably say, yeah, we want to remain with the country. There always is, a certain portion. So I think eventually, I think you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, hey, the end is coming for all of us. And we can leave this stream on a bright note. Keep that in mind. keep your eyes on your dear leader and obey everything they say, because it's great. It's just great.
And be grateful when they try to control misinformation, because misinformation is the greatest threat to our democracy. So be grateful when they remove that disinformation and they control everything you see and hear, because they have only your best interest at heart.
Yes, they always do. It's always so. Black Samurai. See exactly. How is it she has now? Okay, I did read. Thank you, 3 Shooters. You're right, 3 Shooters, and we love you for that. Yeah, Black's very strange. I had abnormal. Jamie says I had abnormal scan also, but 2 biopsies. Boobs are overrated. Seller's market. So I could sell them. Maybe she's saying I should sell them. Do you want to buy them? As long as you want to buy them, as long as the cancer isn't attached to a body, it can't live, right? There you go. Boobs are overrated. No, they're everything. They're all I have. I mean, seriously, I got my dog. I got 2 dogs and 2 boobs. That's it. That's what I got. That's as good as I get. you know. Oh my! Everybody should go out there, a fund. Please put money in the fund. Save my boobs. No, oh, you mean this quarter slot here? Oh, I'll put the money right in there. Not quarters, dollars, you pig. You capitalist pig. No, it's like if it is a problem, then it's gone too far, and it's more than just boobs I'll be losing. But anyway, for the wonderful subs that are still with us, the people who are some are coming in and out, but thank you very much for being here at this time. And anyway, I doubt anybody's going to get this far or will ever hear this anyway.
Have a good night, everyone.
Everyone, yeah, that's right. Say goodbye to America.
God bless.
All right.